you very much. Welcome, everybody. This is the February 24, 2025 Thurston County Public Health and Social Services Department hearing calendar. I am Administrative Hearing Officer Sharon Rice, and for those who haven't met me, I'm an attorney who has been appointed by the Thurston County Commissioners to provide Administrative Hearing Officer services for the health departments. Pursuant to that appointment, I have jurisdiction to hear and to decide the appeal that's being considered today. This is the appeal of a county-issued on-site sewage system permit number 24104-859, known as project number 2024-101-540. The permit authorized installation of an on-site septic system for property addressed as 4533 86th Avenue in Olympia. So I'm going to just provide a little bit of instruction as how I expect the day to go and how everyone should best participate to make this run smoothly. And after I'm done with that, we can have a business session if needed and or dive right into testimony. Today's hearing is, of course, being conducted virtually on the Zoom platform. Thanks everyone for agreeing to that. It is being recorded by Zoom, and I think most folks know it is the audio recording that's a crucial part of this legal proceedings record. It is necessary that all testimony be audible. So I will ask folks, help me to maintain the audibility and also the order in this hearing by doing the following. Please keep your mics muted when you're not testifying. Please make sure your phones are silenced and anything else you can control in your environment that could interrupt you is managed. If you do make reference to specific exhibits, let's have the exhibit number in your testimony. And if we're going to, I think everybody's going to be empowered to share a screen and to look at documents if we need to do that. So if we need help with that, Ms. Riddell can help us with that. Of course, despite the virtual format, we are conducting a legal proceeding here today. I will be asking everybody to please, to the best of your ability, to speak one at a time to protect the audibility of everything that's stated in the hearing. When it's your first time to speak, I will ask you please to state and slowly spell your name for the record, and then give us your correct title, which should include the name of your relationship to this proceeding. And if you're providing testimony, I will ask you to please take an oath to tell the truth before you testify. As in all matters in Thurston County, the appellant bears the burden of proof in this appeal. However, in terms of testimony, I think it'll be best for the record if we start with a brief statement from county staff that just describes the permits that are under appeal in this matter, in terms of date issued, property affected, etc. And after that, we will turn to appellant's case in chief. Of course, all appellant witnesses will be subject to cross-examination. And then I think best next would be county staff, although parties may disagree and we can hear a motion to hear applicant next. We're going to hear from each party. All parties' witnesses will be subject to cross-examination. And when we're done with everybody's initial case in chief, we'll have an opportunity for rebuttal testimony with the appellant having the final say. I think you all know at the end of the hearing, I will be taking the matter under advisement. We had discussed post-hearing legal briefing, and this was mentioned in the appellant's pre-hearing brief as well. And so I expect we may be scheduling post-hearing briefing, which would be helpful. And when we get to the end of the hearing, we'll calendar that. And then from that date, we will know when the decision will be due. Of course, it is due 15 calendar days from the close of the record. So when we adjourn this hearing at the end, the decision deadline will be made known on this record. And when we're completed, I will send an email to Ms. Riddell, which she can forward to you, that will identify any outstanding documents, when they are due, and also the decision date, which she can forward to everyone. So we're all operating from shared information. I hereby deputize our hearing clerk to interrupt at any point if there are procedural matters that need to be attended to, of which I appear to be oblivious. Also, at any party, anytime, we have attorneys for all parties here today. At any time an attorney wants to get involved, please raise your hand. Let us know that you want to interject. That'll help the person who's speaking know that they should please stop speaking so that we can deal with objections or whatever other business needs to be addressed. I had just said, do we have attorneys for all parties, but I'm looking now and I see I don't see Mr. Hanneman. Anybody have updates on him? Ms. Futterman, you've raised your hand a couple times.
Yeah, that was one thing I did want to raise. It does not appear that anybody is present on behalf of the applicant. And so I just want to verify that they actually received notice. Another thing, just for the record, I want to clarify, because this may become an issue in the hearing, is that the authority for all regulations and the hearings regarding health matters comes under the authority of the Board of Health. And therefore, the hearing examiner appointment in this case is that of the Board of Health, not the Board of County Commissioners. Separate authority,
Got it.
legal authority with regard to the other kinds of land use matters in this, which is under the Board of Health.
I appreciate that correction. I don't think of them as separate boards. So that's, in my mind, they're the same board, but of course they're not. So thank you for correcting that. Is there anybody here who can help us by making a quick phone call? Mr. Ray?
I do see on Ms. Riddell's email that it looks like Mr. Hanneman was CC'd on that communication with the Zoom link. I'm happy to try and give him a call now if
I
you'd
would
like.
appreciate that if somebody could.
He is joining right now.
Here we go. All right.
And
Ms.
if I could address one additional matter, is I don't recall there being discussion of post-hearing briefs. That was never our intent. And so I'd like to have that issue reserved, since I don't think we had any agreement or any discussion really on any post-hearing briefs.
And that's fine. My understanding was that we were that also was that we would reserve the question of briefing, but I did note in appellant's brief they referred to post-hearing argument, written legal arguments, and so we can revisit that at the end of the hearing again. Ms. Newman.
Good morning. Thank you. Sorry about that. One thing that might be helpful is to know before the last day of the hearing whether we'll have closing briefs, because if we're doing oral argument, I need to prepare that before the last day. Thank you.
All right. And so, Ms. Newman, did I misread in your brief? I think you referred to written closing briefing. Am I misremembering?
No, that was correct, and I would prefer to have written closing. Without any doubt. I just think it's much easier to present the testimony with with citations and with precision and get our full arguments in. And I think it's very hard to summarize. We have shortened time. We only have a day and a half for this hearing, and I think we're all trying to see if we can get it done in that time frame. And the idea of adding closing arguments onto that, combined with how difficult it is, I think, to argue with precision in an oral argument by citing to the precise exhibits and testimony is difficult.
Will there be an objection from from county or applicant representatives if we decide to go with written closing argument? Ms. Fetterman, you had said you weren't planning on it. You're muted.
I apologize. The on-off thing sometimes gets me with the meeting. No specific objection at this time.
All right. Mr. Hanneman, thank you for tuning in. We in the couple of minutes that the record was proceeding before, I noticed that there were no applicant representatives in the meeting. I gave my introductory remarks discussing the fact that I'd like for anybody who needs to interject to give us a visual cue to make sure that the person who is testifying knows that they should pause their testimony in order to deal with the objection. I also just basically asked folks to keep their audio muted when they're not testifying, and that's pretty much everything. I did state that the appellant has the burden of proof, and in my comments I acknowledged in the appellant's pre-hearing brief that they mentioned they'd like, or that they expected to do written post-hearing arguments, and so that's the discussion that you've tuned in during, and I'm going to accept Ms. Newman's request to do post-hearing briefing. And so what we'll probably do is it may make most sense to have appellant's brief, then responses, and then a reply, rather than simultaneous briefing, although that will draw the schedule out. And so do the parties want to discuss that now, or shall we address that at the housekeeping session at the end?
I'm okay with waiting on to the end for that.
Okay. All right. I would like to, any other pre-hearing business? Before we go, I'm going to acknowledge the exhibits that I received before the hearing, and then we'll start. Ms. Newman, you had something else.
I have a proposal. I wanted to talk a little bit about exhibits and housekeeping associated with the exhibits. I would like to propose that we just automatically submit all the exhibits into the record on both sides. And I want to note also that there are a number of repeats, identical exhibits between the two parties. I've actually identified which ones are identical, and then there's a few that are slightly similar, but different enough that it warrants attention. And so my first, I guess just to start, my first proposal is that we just submit all the exhibits without formally having to submit them through a witness.
So any objection to that? Yes, Ms. Futterman.
So, while I don't object to just submitting any uncontested exhibits, the county does have concern about some of the exhibits submitted by the appellant, primarily those that don't go to the issue, the issue that is on appeal, which is whether the permit was properly issued. There are a number of exhibits that seem to be presented for the purpose of establishing a code violation or some violations on the property, not regarding the issue of that really is the subject of this appeal, which is whether the permit was properly issued. And so to the extent that those exhibits seem to be addressing other issues outside the issue in the hearing, we'd object. And then the other issue I'd have is, I believe it was exhibits 18 and 19. At this point, lack any sort of foundation. I don't really know where these came from or why they're submitted. So we'd object to those. So I can give you the specific numbers of the ones that we'd object to, or we could raise objections at the time the appellants are offering them, if you'd like.
I think it probably is most efficient to, do I have an opinion on efficiency really? Probably, so it would be my standard practice to admit them all and then to hear objections if raised during testimony. So Ms. Newman, at the beginning of the appellant's case, you can offer your full slate, and then if you are going to offer testimony as to each exhibits, we can hear objections one by one, or at the beginning of appellant's case, we can hear county's objections to the exhibits at the top.
Okay, my main goal was to save time,
Save
so
time.
I think what
Understood.
we might do is during our witnesses' testimony, we may assume that they're in, especially if it's an identical exhibit, and then to the extent we get an objection, we will lay the foundation as necessary and deal with the objection at that time, if that works.
I think that works. I think that
Okay.
will be efficient. So again, I'm going to acknowledge each slate of exhibits as offered and presumably in, and then of course the parties will have an opportunity to dispute and to object to them. And then I will make rulings as appropriate. Mr. Hanneman, any pre-hearing business from your party?
I'm listening, and no, I have nothing at this time.
All right, well then let me, Miss Newman.
Sorry, I have another issue. We named several county witnesses, and I just wanted to point out that the reason I did that, I'm expecting that we will not close our case after, we're presenting one witness, basically, the appellant, Matthew McCullough. And when we finish with his testimony, I'm not closing my case per se formally. And what I was anticipating, and of course I defer to you for how you prefer to do this, but I would just do any direct questions during cross of the county witnesses instead of calling them on my own.
I don't object to that. Is there any objection to handling it that way from the county?
No, actually, we'd appreciate that for efficiency, so the witnesses don't have to spend more of their work time at the hearing than necessary.
That works well. Thanks, Ms. Newman.
Thank you.
All right, so to acknowledge the documents that were offered, I did receive a list of exhibits from the appellant. And in my document, they will be acknowledged with an A prefix, A for appellant, obviously. So those number 1 through 31. And I did receive a list of exhibits from the county, pre-numbered with a C, C for county, and those are C1 through 16. And Mr. Hanneman indicated that there were no separate exhibits from the applicants. I do have an applicant's witness list here. All right, I did have a chance to review all the documents and of course the pre-hearing brief, and we will hear objections to specific exhibits during witness testimony, if any. With that, is there a member of county staff who can make a context statement for the benefit of the record to describe briefly the reason we're here?
Dawn Peebles.
Anybody? Miss Peebles, it looks like you're nominated.
Yes, so Dawn Peebles, that's DAWN PEEBLES. I'm an environmental health program manager for Thurston County Public Health Social Services Environmental Health Division.
Thank you very much. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this hearing will be true? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, and go ahead.
So we are here today, as mentioned, for the appeal of issuance of a septic system permit. That's permit 24-104859. The original application was submitted to environmental health on April 16th, 2024. It was a repair application prepared by Jim Hunter and Associates, a Washington State licensed septic system designer. And I just wanted to note that septic system repair applications are accepted by the Building Development Center and routed to Environmental Health and Thurston County Floodplain Manager for review. Repairs are not reviewed by the planning program within community planning and economic development. The application was, excuse me, I'm getting a little mixed up here on the dates of the first submittal and second submittal. Okay, excuse me. The initial application was reviewed by Environmental Health and the repair permit was issued on May 22nd, 2024. That issuance was appealed timely on June 4th, 2024. And following receipt of the appeal, Thurston County Environmental Health did identify inconsistencies and missing information within the repair permit application, resulting in suspension of the permit on June 12th, 2024, which is Exhibit C6. A notice to stop work order was posted on the gate of the site on June 13th, 2024. That's Exhibit C7. And as a result, the parties agreed to place the appeal on hold until such future time as the permit was reissued. On September 20th, 2024, a letter and revised design were submitted by Jim Hunter and Associates, which is Exhibit C8. The revised materials were reviewed by Environmental Health, and a request for additional information was submitted 2 times. Following the 2 revisions, the design was found to be in compliance with Article 4 of the Sanitary Code and was approved. And this included all aspects of the design, the site features, the water supply, etc. As a result, a release of suspension letter was issued on November 21st, 2024. That's Exhibit C13, and the permit was reissued, Exhibit C14. Upon issuance, the appellant's representatives contacted the county, and in response, Thurston County Environmental Health issued a notice to stop working, noting the appeal operates as a stay of the decision to issue the permit, which is Exhibit C15. The notice was hand-delivered on November 22nd, 2024.
Thank you. And then again, through the post, this will be acknowledged in the decision document. Through the pre-hearing conference process, the appellants were asked to identify to let us know what arguments from each appeal, the 2 appeals that were filed, were going to be argued, proceeded in this matter. Sorry, English is my first language. And Ms. Newman submitted a clarification that identified that the two appeals were merged and that one issue from the initial appeal should be added to the second appeal letter. And with that clarification and that understanding, we have proceeded. That will be coherent in the decision document. Sorry about that. Let us go ahead then. I believe we're ready to hear appellant's case in chief.
This is Claudia Newman, just as an intro. Since we submitted a written opening statement, I'm assuming we do not need to do an oral opening statement. So we'll just begin with our witness.
That is fine with me.
Thank you.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for the record.
Hi.
I'll start, Michael, and then, so this is Claudia Newman, Brooklyn and Newman, and I represent Madeline and Matthew McCullough, and I'll pass this on to my associate, Michael Ray, to introduce himself. He's going to do the direct of our Matthew McCullough, the witness.
Thank you. Sir?
Thank you. Michael Ray, as Ms. Newman mentioned, I represent Matthew and Madeleine McCullough in this appeal. I have one housekeeping question.
Yes.
How does the hearing officer wish us to refer to her?
Thank you. Ms. Examiner, Examiner Rice, either of those is fine.
Okay, thank you, Examiner Rice. And for the first and only witness, appellants will be calling the appellant Matthew McCullough. And Matthew, if you'd like to unmute yourself.
Good morning.
Hello.
Matthew McCullough, MATTHEW, MCCULLOUGH, appellant.
Thank you, sir. If I could ask you please to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm your testimony will be true? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. McCullough, I don't know if you can be closer to your microphone or just speak up a little bit. It would be nice if we could hear you a little bit more loudly.
Great. I'll adjust and speak up.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead, gentlemen.
Thank you. And Ms. McCullough, thank you for being here this morning. Can you tell us where you live?
Yes, I live at 8419 Carbaugh Road, Northeast, Olympia, Washington.
And what county is that in?
Thurston.
And how long have you lived at that address?
Since 2016.
I'm going to share my screen now. Okay, let's get a sense of the project area in your property using some of the exhibits you provided. Mr. McCullough, are you familiar with the Thurston County Permit Portal and Project Tracker tool?
Mr. Ray, yes, I am. I just want to affirm one quick thing. So far, we're just on a background wallpaper. I just want to double check that that's the intent.
That's correct. It should be some nice looking coral polyps right now.
Great. Just wanted to affirm. All right. Thanks.
And what is the purpose of that Permit Portal Project Tracker tool?
It provides information to public, neighbors, and otherwise of projects that are applied for, their status and materials surrounding those.
Okay. And have you used that portal to view documents and reports related to this project and the Anderson property?
I have throughout.
Okay. And is one of those documents a shoreline wetland fish and wildlife habitat report that was prepared for a different septic project?
That is correct.
So I'm going to pull up what's been pre-marked as Appellant Exhibit 18. And does this appear to be that report?
It does indeed. Shoreline Wetland and Fish and Wildlife Habitat Assessment reporting conceptual mitigation plan for 86th Avenue Northeast.
Okay. And let's be clear, this is for a totally separate project, not the septic at issue, correct?
Understood, and that is correct.
Okay. And so we're just using this to orient ourselves to the project site, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you describe for us what we're seeing in this image?
You're seeing a red box that says subject property location. That is at this level of zoom out, approximately where both myself and the property under consideration for today's appeal is located on Johnson Point.
And is my cursor going over generally Johnson Point?
It is indeed. It's the pointed shape landmass that you're highlighting with your cursor.
Okay. All right. And describe for us what we're seeing in this photo.
You're seeing two red boxes that identify the property in question today. Those are two parcels and they're adjacent to Henderson Inlet on Johnson Point, or the red boxes we saw a moment ago.
And where is your property in relation to those red boxes?
Immediately south, also facing Henderson Inlet on Johnson Point.
So the Anderson property is made up of two separate parcels.
That's correct. More than, but the two in question here are 400 to the south and 300 to the north.
And let's walk through that. You said parcel 300 to the north. Can you clarify what you mean?
It is the top of the two rectangles that you see on screen, and 400 is the lower of the two rectangles that you see on screen, and 400 is the primary one of concern today.
And have you looked at the Thurston County parcel map to sort of confirm those numbers?
I have indeed.
And we'll be using those 300 and 400 identifiers. So let's make sure that we have a clear understanding. Can you describe for us what we're seeing in this photo?
You're seeing a more detailed labeled version with a street address of 4533 86th Avenue Northeast for parcel number 400, the south of those two, that immediately is adjacent to my parcel that identified as my address, 8419 Kerbot Road Northeast.
So the red parcel is the parcel in question.
It is indeed.
And did you prepare some aerial images from Google that show the Anderson property development over time?
I have.
All right, this has been pre-marked as appellate exhibit 26. Can you provide the date of this first aerial photo?
This one is dated 7/30/2018.
And can you describe and point out your property as it relates to the Anderson property?
Yes, I'll have you use your cursor to help. It is the two rectangles there kind of to the left of where your cursor is now. If you can kind of draw a circle around that, that is 8419 Kerbot Road Northeast that you're circling there.
And that's your home.
That is correct.
So the Anderson property is up here to the north?
That is correct. It's the rectangle, the red one that we saw before, stretching from Henderson Inlet eastward for approximately 5 acres.
Okay. And now what's the date of this aerial photo?
This one is June 30th, 2021.
And what is this structure here?
From other diagrams, that's been identified as a septic drain field for attached to parcel number 300, the northern parcel.
So that's not the septic system at issue in this case, correct?
It is not.
And can you direct my cursor to the structure that you're understanding of which structure this septic's connected to?
Yes, head all the way waterward to the beachfront, keep traveling. And that one there, often referred to as the beach house on parcel 300.
Okay. And what is the date of this photo on page 3?
This one is August 30th, 2022.
And can you describe some of the changes we're seeing in this photo?
You can see significant excavation in 3 to 4 primary areas. One immediately to the north of our house that we previously identified there for the new metal frame shop, and then area farther north of that, heading northeast in that direction, a stash or slash pile to the right of that, some further clearing adjacent to the other septic drain field there, and then some additional margins along the entrance road throughout.
So now we're going to page 5 of Appellant Exhibit 26. Can you direct my cursor to point out the structures that are on the Anderson property?
Sure, and I'll first refer to the date for consistency. This is May 30th, 2024. And the structures that we'll be referring to throughout are the new metal frame shop, which if you move your cursor slightly north is there, including its gravel apron around. If you move slightly farther north, there is a building that's often referred to as the Rambler, or sometimes otherwise the cabin. It's somewhat interchangeable in the documents. And then if you move your cursor slightly to the left, inside those trees area is the public restrooms or stable, a structure that sometimes referred to in some of the diagrams. If you move your cursor to the southwest a little bit, in the trees is a little further is a storage building there. And we'll see that the new septic system has been installed slightly to the east of that. So there's no structure yet, but identifying the general vicinity in that case. If you move slightly further west with the cursor and a little bit further still, stop right there, is a permanent in place, it seems trailer, approximately 10 by 5 or 10 by 8 in size. And then if you move your cursor to the northwest a bit along the coastline, you'll see a bait shack approximately there. And then the final structure that we'll refer to if you move to the northeast is the beach house, which we identified previously.
Thank you. And are you familiar with the Thurston County mapping tool that allows you to see critical areas?
Yes, I've used it.
And did you bring some screenshots from that tool with you today?
I have.
This is appellant exhibit, pre-marked appellant exhibit 17. Can you describe for us what we're seeing on page 1?
We're seeing a rectangle that marks the same parcel 400 that we've been referring to this morning. And we'll see color-coded legend on the left-hand side that indicates some areas of critical aquifer recharge areas. Is color-coded in two of the tones over there on the side, number 2 and number 3, which both are indications that this area, parcel 400, is entirely encompassed by a critical aquifer recharge area.
This is stepping outside the realm of critical areas and going into the realm of shoreline. Can you describe what this photo shows or what the screenshot shows?
Yes, the screenshot again shows parcel 400, the red rectangle in this case. The legend on the left-hand side says that this is the shoreline master plan, and it is color-coded in 2 of the tones on the left, the dominant one being conservancy area, which goes several hundred feet landward of the Puget Sound.
And describe for us what we're seeing on page 3.
This is the same tool, also highlighting parcel 400 with the red box. On the left-hand side, you can see that this is the flood and groundwater hazard with the sub-area flood zones FEMA for the color-coded striped zone, and that's marked for a portion of the shoreline of the parcel in question.
Is it your understanding that there's also a fish and wildlife habitat conservation critical area on the site?
It is.
I'm going to pull back up appellant exhibit 18. And to be clear, we're only using this document to show images and site plans, not for any other substance, correct?
That is correct.
So page 50. Is this a site plan for a totally separate project?
It is.
So we're just using this to look at the fish and wildlife habitat conservation areas?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you identify what this blue line is?
Yes. If you look at the legend in the upper right-hand corner, it says that this is habitat area MRHA from OHW, and that's a setback from the water line of Puget Sound.
I'm going to object at this point for lack of foundation, and it's unclear, you know, who created this, why they created it, and we really don't know anything about how this was prepared.
Mr. A?
So this was pulled from, Ms. McCullough, did you pull this from the Thurston County Permit Portal?
It did.
And the permit portal, your understanding is that it contains documents submitted by the applicant?
Yes, as it indicates in the third box on the bottom of the page here, applicant Mark Anderson for the proposed project of repair existing bulkhead.
And did you see any indication that this was not part of the application materials?
No.
And is this identified as the same project number as the other bulkhead project documents on the permit portal?
That is correct.
Ms. Futterman, the testimony was that this is being offered just to show the critical areas.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to continue making your objection?
Well, to the extent that we do not know who determined this or how it was determined, you know, anybody can draw a line on a map. And there has not been testimony or any information to establish, you know, how this map was created to really, what I believe that the hearing officer is being asked to do is to accept that this is the line and this is where the critical area actually exists. And so to the extent that that is why this is being offered, it is critically important that we know that this map was created by someone with the expertise and appropriately, so we can rely on the lines and what's on this map. So if we, to the extent that you're being asked to rely on this map, we really need to know that it was done by someone with the expertise and skill to do this mapping.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Rice, or Examiner Rice, I believe that this was generated by biologists, and we could probably substantiate that by going through the documents to look at the authors of this report. And I'm happy to scroll through that to identify the authors of this report, if that'll alleviate those concerns about who created it.
Let's do.
Okay. So this report was authored by Rachel Villa and Laura Livingston, which I'll represent, or my understanding is that those are agents of Mr. Anderson as part of his development projects. Per the qualifications page, Rachel Villa is a senior fisheries biologist with 15 years of experience. She includes other qualifications below there. And I'm sorry, this is on page 54 of Appellant Exhibit 18.
Thank you.
And Laura Livingston is an environmental planner with 7 years of experience. It looks like she's worked on a variety of natural resource projects. She has a master's in science and master's of science degree in environmental science from Washington State University. I have an alternative that might be a little unorthodox if there's still a concern here. Oh, and Ms. Newman just clarified something for me. This report has also been reviewed by CPED as part of the Anderson Bulkhead application project. And I'll go back. I had a sort of an unorthodox solution. I think all parties agree that, well, let me just pause there.
Okay. Ms. Fetterman, do you maintain your objection still?
I'm okay with the hearing officer accepting this, but I just want to just acknowledge that we haven't really had the experts, the individuals who are prepared that present it for its authenticity and accuracy.
All right.
So with that, I have nothing further to add on this.
Thank you, Ms. Fetterman. I will make note of this objection and also of the fact that the professionals who created the report aren't here to authenticate the report and or be subject to cross-examination, and I will admit it, and I will allow the appellants to refer to it for the illustrative purposes of showing where critical areas have been identified on the site.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hanneman has a comment.
Yes, Your Honor. I would point out in the upper left corner, there's a statement by the consultants themselves that they are not responsible for any estimates based on this particular plan set. So there's qualification on that.
Thank you, sir, for calling that out.
And I'll make one more comment. Ms. Futterman raised concerns about Exhibit 19 during pre-hearing discussions.
Yes.
This image we're looking at right now, page 50, it is the same as Exhibit 19. So just to clarify that.
Okay. Thanks for that. Again, the document is admitted for that purpose of showing where critical areas have been identified.
Mr. McCullough, could you unmute yourself, please? Thank you.
Yes.
All right. And Mr. McCullough, I believe that you just pointed out you were about to point out the yellow line. Can you describe for us what that yellow line is?
Yes, the yellow line is another identification that by the legend in the top right says it is the 50-foot marine riparian management zone from MRHA. So it is 50 additional feet to the previous line that we were just discussing.
And based on your observations of construction on the site and your knowledge of the structures on the site, is it your understanding that the proposed septic is within this critical area?
That is correct. It is waterward.
And how do we know that it's waterward of this line going forward? What can we use to orient us?
Several things. The most important and stable of those is the stable, or otherwise referred to as public restroom. There's a rectangle with a label pulled out to the side of that, and we can see that the entire structure in this diagram is waterward of the blue dotted line, and that will be our primary reference.
And when you say primary reference, are you speaking about other photos that we're going to view in the future? So we'll be able to see, use that as our anchor point?
Those diagrams and materials will continue to use the stable public restroom as our anchor point.
Mr. McCall, your voice is dropping off just a little bit, so we'll hear you better. It'll be better if we can hear you better. Thank you.
You bet. We'll continue to use the stable or the public restroom as our primary reference point.
Thank you.
Is your property also impacted by these same critical areas?
It is the same.
Now, along the same vein as critical areas and shoreline conservancy, we haven't spent any time with Henderson Inlet. Can you tell us a little bit about Henderson Inlet?
Henderson Inlet is a portion of the Puget Sound. It is to the west of where we're looking at these two parcels today, and also to the west of our property. I think, speaking just as a layperson, I think some of the things that are most delightful about it and are honored by many of the residents of this area is it's one of the few areas that public health says has increased in ability to harvest shellfish in terms of land that's able to be harvested due to their management of things like septic and stormwater. So that's increased over the years. It has no public piers or docks on this side, and is a pristine example of preserved Puget Sound environment.
And do you and your family spend time in Henderson Inlet?
In many ways, pets, personal swimming, kayaking, boating, and aquaculture.
Can you give us a sense of the aquaculture that you practice on your shoreline?
Yes, clams, mussels, oysters, small amounts of those aquacultured and harvested on a yearly basis.
And do you share any of those shellfish that you cultivate or trade or sell?
Yes, that's a special program with the Squaxin tribe in which they do a harvest every couple of years. They do an estimate of the density and then provide you with that estimate, and then proceed to do a harvest some period later. The last of those was in 2020. And as I provided you materials, Mr. Ray, in the past, they harvested approximately 34,000 manila clams during that, and then several thousand long neck clams.
And this is right off the shoreline of your property, correct?
All the way to the shore itself.
All right. So now that we've seen the areas and got a sense of the critical areas, let's take a look at a site plan that shows all the structures. Or shows more of the structures, excuse me. You pointed out the metal frame shop in your testimony earlier. Did you review the application materials for the construction of that metal frame shop?
I have.
And can you tell us what document is being shown on the screen?
This is the master application for that building. You can see by the project description, it says barn in typed form, and then metal frame in handwritten. It's identified as being on parcel 400 that you can see towards the upper left-hand corner. So the same parcel in question that we're discussing for today's appeal.
And this is one of the application materials you reviewed on Thurston's permit portal?
It is.
Okay. And this, just to be clear, this is a application for a totally separate project. We're just using it to orient ourselves on the site plan, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. What structures are shown on this site plan? Can you direct my cursor?
Yep, let's start with the similar inventory. We'll start with the well house on the right-hand side of the screen. That is a small building that we assume houses well infrastructure. We'll then move to the west for a hand-drawn rectangle that represents, it says proposed barn, but the new metal frame shop, the other name that's often referred to. We'll move slightly to the north, which then says carport and cabin. So that's sometimes referred to as Rambler, just for its alternate name. We'll then go slightly to.
I want to pause you real quick. So all three of those terms are used to refer to that structure: Rambler, cabin, and carport.
That's correct.
Okay, please continue.
Moving to the west, we see a building labeled stable that also has an alternative name occasionally used as public restrooms or restrooms, as we'll see in some of the other materials that we'll cover later. Then if we move down to the southwest, we'll see a label of one of the storage buildings that we've indicated there. Not on here to the slight west of that is a standing in place trailer-like structure, approximately there. And then if we move a little bit to the north, we see something labeled shed, which is otherwise labeled boathouse or bait shack. It has a variety of names that it's used to refer to. If we move further north, we'll see something labeled house in this case, and that is what is sometimes referred to as beach house.
And what is this structure here?
That is the Glendon septic system that we saw previously identified in the satellite photo that by this diagram appears connected to the house on parcel 300, which is the beach house that we just pointed to with your cursor a moment ago.
And do you see a shoreline conservancy buffer on this image?
I see a label at the bottom. We'll point our cursor to that. This says 250 feet conservancy shoreline buffer and a dotted line. And I will note that is consistent with what we were bringing up just a few minutes ago, that it is eastward of the stable. So that dotted line has a relative proximity to the diagram that we saw a minute ago, in which it crosses to the east of the stable or public restroom building.
So we'll be able to use that stable to orient ourselves both for the shoreline conservancy and that fish and wildlife habitat conservation area, correct? And did you say yes?
That is correct.
Thank you. Is it your understanding that the proposed septic is also within the shoreline conservancy buffer?
It is approximately to the southwest of the drain field labeled on this particular diagram. So if you move your cursor, just so that we can be precise, you see the stable, you see the drain field to the southwest of that. And if we continue further southwest, approximately in that vicinity for the septic that we are appealing and in question today.
Let's move away from the aerials and site plans and do some on the ground photos.
Before we move away from that exhibit, I'm going to state a further objection to the extent that exhibit is not something that was submitted to the health department for review, so it was not reviewed by environmental health. We don't have objection to Mr. McCulloch testifying as to his understanding, but as to submitting it into the record, it's not something that was submitted or reviewed by environmental health, so it's not part of the permit determination by the health department. And so I want to make clear that is not something that they would have reviewed.
Understood. And let me just confirm, Mr. Ray, was the image we were just looking at, is that part of the appellant's exhibits?
It is part of the appellant's exhibit, exhibit 21.
Thank you for the number.
Oh, my apologies. I mean to say appellant exhibit each time. I apologize if I'm not.
All right. Ms. Fetterman, so the nature of your objection is that you're noting basically for the record that the Department of Health did not review that application. You're not objecting to the accuracy or contents of the materials, but just simply that the Department of Health didn't review it.
That's correct. The health department wouldn't be able to address the accuracy or content of that because it's not something that's part of the septic permit application or something they would have reviewed.
All right. I'm going to note that for the record.
And may I just note a quick response?
Please.
One of appellant's claims is inconsistencies and lack of information on application materials. And so parsing that together requires a comprehensive understanding of the site and its conditions. And so that's why we're walking through a lot of this information and background from other application materials, so we can get that really comprehensive view of what the project site looks like. So then as we go into our oral argument of what's required on an application, what's supposed to be there, all those fact components will be there.
Thank you for stating that. And it is clear that the exhibit is not being excluded. I'm just noting Ms. Futterman's objection as to the fact that the environmental health didn't review that application or that site plan as part of their process in issuing the permit at issue.
I'm now going to call up appellant exhibit 25. And Mr. McCullough, did you prepare all the photos in this exhibit?
I did.
And from what vantage point did you take these photos?
From our property, south of the areas in question. I can identify a few of the buildings if you wish in a moment.
That's okay.
I'm gonna object before going through those. It appears based on review of these photos that they're presented not for the purpose of establishing whether the department's approval of the septic permit was proper and according to code, but rather to establish other activities on the property that don't have to do with the permit approval.
Mr. Ray.
These photos are being introduced to show that there is drainage and utility infrastructure that was installed on the Anderson property during the months of November that is not shown on the site plan that was approved by Thurston Environmental Health. So we'll be going through these photos and identifying installed piping, catch basin, grading, other drainage infrastructure. And then we'll be going through the site plan at issue, and we'll be highlighting how what's shown in these photos is not shown in that site plan. That's the purpose of introducing these photos. It's not to establish a code violation. It's to establish a deficient application for a septic that was subsequently approved by Thurston Environmental Health.
Ms. Futterman.
So it's unclear that these actually do show that, because photos, I guess I'll reserve it until we hear what the witness states. But it's unclear that we can even determine what Mr. Ray is stating based on these photos, but we'll reserve that to hear the testimony.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Mr. McCullough, can you identify the structures that we're seeing in this photo?
I can. Let's go from right to left. The right is the new metal frame shop that you're using, and putting your cursor over right there. Then if you move towards the center of the screen, that is the Rambler and carport that we identified a minute ago. Then if you move to the left of the screen, you will see the stable or public restrooms, yellow sided building with the brown roof.
Can you remind us how we were going to use that stable to anchor our orientation on the site?
Yes, we're using it as a reference for many photos and site plans, both for the Shoreline Conservancy, as well as where the septic placement is, and those two primary things, using that as an anchor point.
And to be clear, that 250 buffer line we saw for both Conservancy and Shoreline, that was running to the right or to the east of this structure.
That's correct, approximately where you have your cursor.
And now, is the proposed septic to the left or to the right where my cursor is?
Significantly left. I would say approximately 50 feet or so, because as per the diagrams, it is waterward of the public restrooms or stable that we're seeing in this photograph.
I'm now going to call up Appellant Exhibit 28. And Mr. McCullough, did you take this photo?
Yes.
All right. And what are we seeing in this photo?
We're seeing, we'll refer first to the yellow siding and brown roof of the stable or public restrooms, again in the background, so that can be our anchor point. And we're seeing the installation of what appears to be 4 Glendon pods, these large cement containers. This is immediately north of the property line to give us orientation, and west of the stable / public restrooms.
Do you recall the date that this photo was taken?
This was 2024, November the 21st.
And you took this photo, correct?
Yes.
Also from the vantage point of your property?
Yes.
You mentioned the word Glendon. What is Glendon?
It's a type of septic system, emphasizing that I'm a layperson, not a septic designer in this case. I think there's 3 primary systems, and I've only become familiar with those since we had one installed on our own property when we constructed the house in 2014, and then through this appeal process. I think there's three primary types, mound system, a Glendon system, and some type of coil system. And a Glendon system is typically used as kind of a secondary and alternative when soils are not compatible with a traditional mound system.
Did you, in your research, it's clear you researched Glendon systems. Did you come across any guidance from Thurston County for Glendon systems?
Yes, there's a policy document that I located.
I'm calling up appellant exhibit 31. And Mr. McCullough, can I ask you just to read number 2 that I have highlighted and then go ahead and read the accept portion?
Yes. Number 2 here says Glendon biofilters and low ridge Oscars shall only be sited and permitted on sites having a minimum of 12 inches of undisturbed, unsaturated, original soil, except, Glendon biofilters and low ridge Oscars may be designed and permitted on sites with less than 12 inches of suitable soil only if the existing on-site sewage system has failed, a repair is needed, and all other possible areas of the site have been explored and have less than 12 inches.
So let's tie this all together and look at the record drawing for the septic at issue. I'm going to call up appellant exhibit 10, which is the approved OSSP at issue. And I'll note that this is the same as county exhibit 14. Okay. And Mr. McCullough, do you recognize this to be the site plan for the permitted issue?
I do.
And to be clear, this is only showing the southern parcel, correct?
That is correct. The rectangle on top appears to be parcel 400.
So in the other images, we were seeing the whole Anderson property. In this one, we're only seeing the bottom half.
That is correct.
And what's your understanding of what this box that I'm circling with my cursor, what does this show?
It appears to be a zoomed in version of the rectangle also shown on the top full parcel view.
So what I'm circling here on the top parcel, that's a smaller version, and that's been zoomed in for this portion here.
That's my understanding.
And what's your understanding of what the box marked number 7 is?
Yes, if we look through the labels over on the right hand side of the screen, we can orient, and that one says proposed drain field on the hexagon number 7.
And so 7 pulled into this zoomed in, is your understanding is this is where those Glendon biofilters that we saw, that's where they're located?
It's relatively congruent with the photograph that we just looked at.
So I want to stick with this top structure here. Can you point out the storage building on this site plan?
I do not observe anything labeled storage building.
And can you identify the shed that you said had become permanently affixed on here?
I do not see that labeled.
Any critical areas delineated on this site plan?
I do not observe any.
Do you see any markings for a shoreline master program or shoreline buffer on here?
I do not see any.
Okay. Let's scroll down to the. How many bedrooms are shown on this design sheet for the system?
If I have you put your cursor over it so it can be precise, I see number of bedrooms 2.
And what is the residential GPD gallon per day flow?
240.
And does this state it's a new or existing septic tank?
It says new.
All right, so now that we've seen the septic, let's very quickly run through the application history. I'm pulling up appellant exhibit 1, which is the same as county exhibit 5.
Mr. Ray, could you repeat what exhibit number this is?
Yes.
I'm trying to follow up.
Exhibit 1. I apologize.
Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. McCullough, can you read the project description for us?
I can. Project description: 4-bedroom septic system dash repair.
You'll give me one moment. I'm having an IT issue. So I'm going to call up County Exhibit 5 because my appellant Exhibit 1 is not working. So just to note for the record, I'm going to be using C5. So this says C4. Okay.
Let me interject just for one moment. This is Claudia Newman for the record. I just want to point out that the C5 version has an extra page that was omitted from our A1 for some reason. So this page was not in the C5, the A1 version. And that may be the problem.
That's precisely my confusion. Thank you. So to add to that, let's reorient ourselves. Mr. McCullough, is this the original site design for the septic system at issue?
I see the date submitted as 4/12/2024 in the top left.
Thank you.
Yes.
And what is the number of bedrooms shown?
4.
And what is the residential gallons per day flow shown?
480.
And does this state where my cursor is circling that this project is for a repair?
Correct. Work type : and repair is filled in as a checkbox.
And is your understanding that Mr. Anderson and the county alleged that he's replacing or repairing a septic system from 1957?
Repairing, although the word replace is used later.
And did you see an application for the 1957 system on the permit portal?
I have.
So I'm now calling up appellant exhibit 15, which is the same as county exhibit 2. And Mr. McCullough, does this appear to be a copy of that 1957 septic application?
Yes.
And Mr. McCullough, was the April 2024 septic application submitted by Mr. Anderson, was that eventually approved by the county?
It was.
I'm calling up
I'm
appellant
gonna
exhibit.
object there in that, just for clarification, that the permit that was approved it was suspended at that time, so that is not the approved permit.
Thank you for that clarification.
So I want to point out, further clarify. Mr. Anderson submitted an application in April of 2024. That application was approved in May 2022, 2024, which I have called up here as appellant exhibit 2. And Mr. McCullough, does this appear to be a copy of that approved permit from May 22nd, 2024?
It does. Issue date 05/22/2024 in the upper right-hand corner.
And did you appeal that May 2024 approval?
We did.
I'm now going to pull up appellant exhibit 3. Closing some applications to make my computer run faster. Mr. McCullough, Does this, based on the date above, appear to be a copy of your request for appeal?
It does.
And after you submitted your appeal, is it your understanding that the county suspended the approved permit?
Yes.
I'm calling up Appellant Exhibit 4. And this is the same as County Exhibit 6. And Mr. McCullough, does this appear to be a copy of that suspension notice?
It does.
Now, is it your understanding that a stop work order was also issued along with the suspension notice?
Yes, that's my understanding.
I'm calling up Appellant Exhibit 5. And Mr. McCullough, does this appear to be a copy of the notice to stop work? We were
It
just
does.
discussing. And can you read the date of this stop work order in the bottom left-hand corner?
6/13/2024.
Now, after this stop work order was issued, did you agree to withdraw your appeal?
I did not.
Did your lawyers communicate your unwillingness to withdraw your appeal to the county?
Yes.
Did they share that communication with you?
Yes.
I'm going to call up Appellant Exhibit 22. Is this a copy of the email communication where your lawyers said they were unwilling to withdraw the appeal?
Yes.
And can you read this? And who's this response from at the top?
From Jane Futterman to Claudia Newman Henry, Laura Blakely, Michael Ray, and JWH. Environmental Health agrees to a stay of the appeal.
So after the permit was suspended and the appeal was stayed, did you continue to monitor the permit portal for updates on the project?
Yes.
And were there subsequently letters and emails between the applicant and county discussing the project that got posted to that portal?
Yes, there were.
I'm going to call up Appellant Exhibit 6, which is the same as County Exhibit 9. Is this one of the communications that you found on the permit portal?
It is.
Who is this the correspondence between?
This is Public Health speaking to Mr. Hunter. This letter is intended to update you and your client on the status of the review of the on-site sewage system design application for the subject property.
Can you please read the highlighted portion?
The revised design dated September 20th, 2024 identifies an existing two-bedroom residence. For a repair, the permit application must demonstrate the repair does not exceed the original permitted capacity of the existing 1957 drain field. Please submit a revised application to match the design.
Let's go through some of these additional requests. Can you please read this additional request from Environmental Health?
Properly label the existing well as a single-family well.
And then can you please read this highlighted additional request?
Show the existing cut bank as required by section 8.1.3.10 of Article 4.
And is it your understanding that Mr. Anderson submitted a revised application in response to this letter?
It is.
I'm calling up Appellant Exhibit 7, which is the same as County Exhibit 10. Does this appear to be that revised application?
It does.
Can you read the project description for us, please?
Project description is 2-bedroom septic dash repair, where 2 appears to be different handwritten. The other portion is typed.
And now let's go through this revised sewage disposal system design. Can you read the number of bedrooms
Number of bedrooms equals 2, handwritten.
And the residential gallon per day flow?
Residential GPD flow equals 240, handwritten.
And it still says that this is a new septic tank?
It does. Composition and size 1125 gal concrete, new or existing, new.
Are you aware of any other changes on this document besides these whiteout changes that were then put in with handwriting?
I'm not aware of any.
Now going to call up Appellant Exhibit 8. This is similar, I'll note for the record, Appellant Exhibit 8 is similar to County Exhibit 12, but Appellant Exhibit 8 has color, and so our preference is to use the color version. Let's see. Not that the color is overly illuminatory, but Mr. Anderson, Mr. McCullough, is it your understanding that Mr. Anderson submitted this along with his revised design?
That is my understanding.
And do you see where it says the revision is added cut bank, added soil logs, added notes?
Correct. Soil logs, cut bank, and notes.
And does this appear to be a letter from Jim Hunter?
It does, to Travis Keppert in Thurston County Environmental Health.
Can you read this top line that I have highlighted?
The application has been changed to a 2-bedroom repair application.
So is it your understanding that the county, after going through this correspondence with the applicant, that eventually they approved his revised application?
That is correct.
Pulling up Appellant Exhibit 9, which is the same as County Exhibit 13. And what's the date of this document?
November 21st, 2024.
And who is this a correspondence between?
This is between Public Health and Mr. Mark Anderson. It addresses him as Mr. Anderson. The septic system repair permit suspension issued by Thurston County Environmental Health on June 12th, 2024 has been lifted.
And we've already gone through Appellant Exhibit 10, which is the approved permit. Did you file an amended request for an appeal?
I did.
I'm calling up Appellant Exhibit 13. Okay. And Mr. McCullough, based on the date of this document, does this appear to be a copy of your amended appeal?
It does.
Was one of the issues you raised that Mr. Anderson has yet to receive a critical area review permit for this septic?
That is one of the issues.
To your knowledge, has Mr. Anderson submitted a critical area review? Has Mr. Anderson since submitted a critical area review permit application?
Yes, I'm aware of an application.
Did you review that application on the permit portal?
Yes, I have.
I'm calling up Appellant Exhibit 16. What's the date of this application based on where the timestamp here?
January 23rd, 2025. And I'd like to point out that that is after all other approvals and issuances of permits.
And what is stated in the project description here?
Bulkhead replacement and boat ramp repair.
Nothing about septic.
That is all that is stated in the project description.
Scrolling down to page 3 of this document, can you please read this project narrative that I have highlighted?
removal and replacement of existing failed bulkhead, maintenance and repair of existing concrete boat ramp, and installation of new septic drain field for existing residents.
So your understanding is that this is a critical area review permit application also for this septic in addition to the bulkhead?
That's correct, but from this project narrative, I can't be more specific as to which residence or which drain field.
Did you see anything on the permit portal that indicates that this application for a critical area review permit has been approved?
No.
Okay. And Examiner Rice and other parties, I'll note that I'm about 70% through, so we're making good time.
Thank you.
I'd like to turn now to some of your observed, the changes to the drainage infrastructure that you've observed on the Anderson property. I think we've discussed this already, but can you describe for us your vantage point or how easy it is for you to view the Anderson property from your property?
Yes, can view either from the house or from the yard. It's easy to observe the work in the areas that we're describing with today's appeal from our property.
One of the projects we've discussed is this metal frame shop. Were you able to observe the construction and development of that metal frame shop?
Yes.
I'm calling up Appellant Exhibit 27. And Mr. McCullough, did you take all the photos in this exhibit?
Yes.
And I want to point out a note of clarification. There's a date at the top of this document, but that's not the date of all the images in this document, correct?
That's correct. That's a bundle of them sent, so it's a package date.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go down to page 4. So, Mr. McCullough, please describe for us what we're seeing in these 2 photos.
Again, let's refer to structures. You'll see the McCullough House at 8419 Kerbaugh, and we'll have you circle it with your cursor for the sake of identification. Those 2 structures right there. You can see the more landscaped, manicured yard around, and it provides a hard line on the east side where your cursor is moving now. And that is the property boundary between my parcel and parcel 400. Then in the
when was that photo taken?
That photo was taken on 07/03 of 2020.
And describe for us what we're seeing in the bottom photo.
We're seeing approximately the same view, and we're seeing again the 8419 Kerbaugh house on the left-hand side. And then you can find a sharper delineation between the 2 properties with an orange construction fencing that your cursor is moving across now. And that divides our property from parcel 400, the one in question today.
When was this photo taken?
This was taken on March the 1st of 2022.
This was taken prior to the metal frame shop being constructed?
That's correct. And for orientation purposes, you can see a little bit of the roof and a little bit of the siding of what is referred to as the Rambler. That's the only structure that can be observed in this photograph. And it's taken with a slight northwestward orientation from our property.
So the roof is just this barely visible that I'm covering with my cursor right here.
Correct. Rambler or / cabin.
Now describe for us that, well, when was this photo taken?
This was taken on August 25th of 2022. And you can observe the same building to give us a consistent reference point. The cursor, thank you for moving that around. That is the same building that we were just referring to moments ago. And now we can more clearly see, if you wish to have an anchor to the stable or public restrooms on the left-hand side, yellow siding with the brown roof to just provide consistent reference between the various photos and diagrams that we'll look at.
I'd like you to describe and compare the first image, the image we just looked at here, with this image, and explain the changes in topography we're seeing.
Yes, significant excavation to prepare for the foundation. You can see the post holes and the foundation leveled over there. So significant excavation. Some of the soil has been moved over to the stash pile under the black tarp inside of the screen, and significant banks have been cut both along the property line. So if you can take your cursor around along the kind of chocolate colored soil there towards the bottom and move it towards that, significant bank cut there. And then another significant one on the eastern side going south to north along that line there. So two significant banks excavated, and then we can explore further in subsequent photographs.
So I want to slow down a little bit. So you pointed out this cut bank that runs along the north side of your property.
That is correct.
This cut bank that's perpendicular to your property.
That is correct.
Are either one of those shown on this picture that was taken in 2022?
No, those were filled with soil. It was a very different elevation at that point in time.
Thank you. When was this photo taken?
That was September 13th of 2023.
And how does this photo orient us to the depth of the cut bank that runs perpendicular and then the cut bank that runs parallel to your property?
Yes, you're referring to the same two. So the same ones that you identified in the previous photograph. This one runs approximately east to west. And then if you take your cursor, the other one runs approximately north to south along those two lines. What you can observe from the depth of these cuts is you can use the new metal frame shop, the building on the left-hand side of the screen, as an approximate reference. You can see that portions of this cut bank are as high as the eaves of the building there. So that provides you some reference. You can see that across by looking from our property level across and looking at that roof line as a siting reference.
What's your understanding of the approximate height of that metal frame shop roof?
Between 9 and 13 feet to that eave, to be very specific.
Thank you. So, and then when you say eave, you're referring to this structure right here?
Correct. Layperson's terms, but that brown board that you're referring to right there.
Understood. So now that we have a sense of the height of these cut banks, let's try and get a sense of scale. That's not where I want to go. And we'll revisit this with a diagram later on. Can you provide us an estimate of how, based on your knowledge of your own property, how long this 9 to 13 foot cut bank is that runs along the northern side of your property?
Yes, we can use the new metal frame shop's proposed construction and diagram and dimensions as a reference for this. I believe it's 48 feet in the east to west dimension that you were moving your cursor a minute ago. And so that implies that that cut bank is around 100 feet in length.
Thank you. And I'm just going to pause for one moment. All right. And so we've got the relative length of that east to west cut bank, and it's a little odd because it's shown as north to south on this photo, but directionally it runs east to west. Now,
let's just establish for the record, if you take your cursor and start there and you move upwards on the photograph, that is east heading west, just for orientation purposes.
Thank you. And do you have a sense of how long this cut bank is? The cut bank running north to south that is on the western side, or excuse me, eastern side of the metal frame shop?
Yeah, we can use this photograph to say that it's approximately the same length as the one that we just identified, and we can use the building as a reference for dimensions.
I'm now going to call back up Appellant Exhibit 10. And I'm going to zoom in on this portion around the metal frame shop that we've already discussed. And Mr. McCullough, how many cut banks do you see on this site plan?
Just one pointed to by an arrow, the dashed line running north to south. If you can place your cursor over it, we can be specific in identifying. Yes, that one.
And just for the record, my cursor is running north to south along the dotted line that is east of number 2, what's identified as the metal frame shop. Is the cut bank that runs east to west that we identified as being approximately 100 feet long, is that identified on this site plan?
I do not observe it.
Do you see this notation here that says existing drainage swales?
I do.
Can you identify in this bottom photo about relatively where that swale is?
Now, if you move your cursor to the lower right-hand corner of the photograph, approximately there.
So just for the record, my cursor is on the bottom right-hand corner of Pelham Exhibit 27, page 4 on the bottom photo. And we're traveling, I guess we're traveling west towards this 2-bedroom structure.
That is
So-
correct. That's the approximate path you're tracing.
So that's what swale has been marked as existing, correct?
That's correct.
Is that swale shown in this photo in 2022?
No, they did not
That's-
exist at that time.
And this swale is directing us to the cabin rambler, is that correct?
That is correct. That's the structure that your cursor is over today.
And one thing we haven't discussed is, what is the condition of that cabin rambler? Is it habitable?
It is not in a habitable state. It has been stripped to the studs, currently wrapped in protective wrap of some type.
So now I'd like to turn to the western side of the metal frame shop. And so that's the waterward side of the metal frame shop.
Mhm.
Can you describe the topography that is along the western border of that metal frame shop?
Yes, if we go all the way from the property line where that orange fencing is, and we move our cursor to the north as you travel along that past that blue object and further, that is a cut bank of 3 or more feet in height, nearly vertical in its face and easily observable from our property.
So let's turn away from the cut bank and let's turn towards the infrastructure installed for the metal frame shop. I'm going to call up Appellant Exhibit 25. And I believe I asked this already, but you took all the photos in this exhibit, correct?
That is correct.
What's the date of this photo?
This is October 28th, 2024.
And can you describe for us what we're seeing in this photo?
You're seeing the eastern face of the new metal frame shop, looking over the cut bank that runs parallel to our property lines. And you're looking at a large excavated trench filled with water on the back of this eastern side of the new metal frame shop.
Was this photo taken on the same date, page 20?
Was October 28th.
And describe for us what we're seeing in this photo.
A zoomed in version of the same with the excavation taking place. You see a large trench running from approximately north to south to orient us again, looking from my parcel onto parcel 400, filled with water.
Now I'm scrolling to page 22 of this same exhibit. Was this also taken October 28th, 2024?
It was, and it's a slightly different orientation. It's a zoomed in view, but the current excavation here is heading from east to west towards the Puget Sound for orientation for that particular part.
Does this show a trench making a turn around the metal frame shop?
Yeah, it's an angle. It's a 90-degree angle. So the previous one that we saw is making a 90-degree angle and now heading towards the sound.
So this will be traversing, in theory, between the cabin rambler and metal frame shop,
That is correct.
headed towards Henderson Inlet.
That is correct.
All right, let's scroll to page 23. And describe for us what, one moment. What's the date of this photo?
October 29th, 2024.
And describe for us what we're seeing in this photo.
turquoise colored large PVC pipe placed in the same trench that we were discussing several minutes ago.
Now let's scroll to page 24. And describe for us what we're seeing on this photo.
Zoomed in view of the same trench in the previous photo with the pipe placed in it.
And is this more excavation, more of the same?
Same orientation, same pipe, slightly blocked by an excavator working along the property line.
When was this photo taken?
This one's October 29th, 2024, and shows that same 90-degree corner that we were referring to a minute ago. If you take your cursor slightly diagonally, it'll be a north to south orientation. So kind of move, that is east to west along the one you're drawing there. And the north to south, the one that we saw the piping placed in, is along that orientation. Thank you.
Is it your understanding that this image shows that piping being buried?
That is correct. It is now covered.
When was this photo taken?
This one is October 29th, 2024.
And I'll note that this is, I'm on page 28 of Appellant Exhibit 25. Can you describe for us what we're seeing in this photo?
Continuation of the east-west orientation piping that we were describing before. It's continuing between the Rambler / cabin building and the new metal frame shop. So it's traversing in between the two buildings. The orientation on the left-hand side of the screen is towards Henderson Inlet and Puget Sound, and on the right-hand side of the screen is eastward.
So that trenching that we saw making the turn in the previous images, that's theoretically coming through this corner, through this alley here.
That is correct. Carrying
Okay.
through.
Scrolling to page 29. And what's the date of this photo?
This one is October 29th, 2024 also.
And can you describe for us what we're seeing in this photo?
Seeing the placement of a large cement container and metal grate atop it that appears to be for stormwater management. It took large equipment and several individuals to place this for a sense of size, weight, and scale. And it was then subsequently connected to these green pipes that we observed from before.
So you actually observed this being installed, buried, and the grate is still there.
That is correct from start to finish.
Is this another image of that construction?
Yes, it is. You can still see the grate on the left-hand side of the screen, and then you can see the individuals placing material over that piping and doing the connections.
And I'll scroll through to page 35. And what does this image appear to show?
The piping connected to that same grate. These are just progress photos of the same process that we just identified.
Now, using your knowledge of the site and how you've oriented us previously, can you describe for us about the location of that grate that we just saw?
Yes, the grate is most accurately identified as a triangular point in between the stable, the Rambler, and the corner of the new metal frame shop. That is the best way to triangulate its location.
And can you direct us using the image on page 35 about where the location of that grate is?
Yes, it's just to the left of the blue and orange shirt individuals.
So it's just, and where you, if you went out there today and you looked on the ground, that's about the location you'd see it?
That is correct.
I'm going to call back up the approved OSSP, which is Appellant Exhibit 10. So Mr. McCullough, can you orient us where you would expect to see that grate on this site plan?
Yeah, if you can find the exact middle of structure 3, structure 1, and structure 2, if you drew kind of a center point. So please move your cursor slightly more north, approximately right there.
And do you see the grade on the site plan?
I do not.
Do you see any of the pipes that we saw previously?
I see no reference to any stormwater management of this type.
I'm calling back up appellant exhibit 21, which is the master application for the metal frame shop. And this is being used solely to orient us to the infrastructure that's been installed for the metal frame shop. It's not to establish code violations or anything of the sort. So, Mr. McCullough, did you review the site plans for the metal frame shop through the Thurston County Permit Portal?
Yes, I did.
Does this appear to be one of those site plans and the drainage erosion control plan?
Yes, it is.
Do you see anything on this image that shows a metal grate or piping around the proposed barn and metal frame shop?
None at all. No label for impervious surface either that we've been seeing with the gravel. And then I'll refer later down to the bottom where it says roof, no gutters, linear dispersion. And it is my layperson understanding that that means it's just coming off the roof as sheets and not being managed by any infrastructure.
So your understanding of linear dispersion is that there's no concentration of the water, it just goes off the roof.
That's correct.
Now we're going to turn to the Group B issue that you also raised in your amended appeal. And Mr. McCullough, did you review the master application for the 4-bedroom septic that we've been discussing on the northern parcel?
Yes, I have.
So to be clear, not the septic at issue for this, but the septic for the northern parcel.
Correct. Parcel 300. Yes, I have.
I'm going to call up appellant exhibit 14. And go to I'm scrolling to page 5 of appellant exhibit 14. And Mr. McCullough, do you recognize this as a site plan, one of the site plans for that approved septic on parcel 300?
I do. Dated February 6, 2020 for the receipt.
Can you identify for us? So I'm just for the record, I'm on page 5 and I have zoomed in to the site plan on the upper left-hand corner of this page. It's a zoomed in site plan image. And Mr. McCullough, can you identify all the lines marked water on this site plan?
Yes. I observed 3. Let's start from the right-hand side. 1 traveling from the two-party well to the cabin in a northwesterly direction, as your cursor highlighted. 1 labeled water traveling from there over to the old public restroom, as it's labeled in this particular diagram. And then another line labeled water traveling approximately from the word cabin, taking kind of an angle and bend, and traveling to the property along the beach labeled as beach house in this case.
And how many water connections on this site plan does the old public restroom show?
I see 1 line labeled water in this case.
I'm now going to call back appellant exhibit 10, the approved plan. And can you identify for us what is building 3 on this site plan?
If we use the legend in the lower right-hand corner, it says existing restrooms for personal use only. So a different naming from before, but the same structure by placement.
And how many connections marked W do you see connected to the old public restroom stable?
I see 2 lines marked W in this case, 1 heading east to west out of the east side of that structure, and 1 heading north out of the north side of that structure, also labeled W.
Does this site plan show a water line originating from the well and terminating at the cabin rambler?
It is difficult to follow that W with kind of pencil-like drawings, but I see the orientation starting from two existing two-party well and then traveling towards that building in what appears to be a northern dotted orientation line heading into that building.
And now I want to turn to the septic tank and pump chamber. Can you point out the septic tank and pump chamber in this upper site plan for us?
Yes, we'll continue to use the legend to identify those pieces. So we need to zoom out just a little bit. One, we have the drain field, number 7. So let's orient first to that. And then the existing drain field is labeled as 9 immediately above it, gives us a good reference.
And actually, I'm realizing that the 1,000 gallon septic tank and 1,000 pump drive chamber are not on the legend over here. So we're going to back up and do this a different way. Mr. McCullough, using this zoomed in portion on the left-hand side of page 1, Appellant Exhibit 10, does it appear that this 1,000 gallon septic tank branches off into 2 connections?
It does. I see one headed north and then one with and headed towards the northeast.
So does this proposed septic system appear to be connected to 2 different structures?
Yes, it does. The one we can directly see is connected to the building that we understand to be the public restroom or stable. And then it's also headed to the northeast towards another structure, which if we see the upper right-hand corner of that zoomed in section is labeled existing 2-bedroom residential.
I want to really drive into something. I'm going back to Appellant Exhibit 14, page 5, upper left-hand corner to that site plan. If we zoom in on this cabin, which is also referred to as the Rambler 2-bedroom residence, does it appear that this water line terminates in the cabin?
It does by this diagram.
And does it also appear that a pipe extends north from the east side of the cabin and then travels northwest towards the 4-bedroom home?
That is correct.
Okay. And the important thing I want to call out is this intersection with the cabin here. I'm now going to call up Appellant Exhibit 30. And Mr. McCullough, you reviewed the site plan materials for Mr. Anderson's bulkhead project too, correct?
That is correct.
And can you read the notes section for us in the bottom left-hand corner of Appellant Exhibit 30?
Site plan prepared by Artisans Group Architecture plus Planning, dated February 12th, 2024.
And on the right-hand side, bottom right-hand side of this document, can you read the first 2 lines starting with site plan?
Site plan, proposed bulkhead replacement for 45, 47, 86th Avenue Northeast. And then 2 parcel numbers, 300 and 400, as we've been referring to them for shorthand.
And to be clear, we're just using this document to go through water connections on the property, no other purpose, correct?
That is correct.
I'm now zooming in on what's been identified as the cabin rambler. And Mr. McCullough, can you clearly say whether or not this water line intersects with the 2-bedroom rambler?
In this diagram, I don't see any line that extends inside the building envelope, at least by this diagram.
And that's different compared to what we saw on Exhibit 14, page 5, correct?
Yes, which has both an entrance into the building envelope by the line, the way that it's drawn, and an exit on the west side of the building.
Have you looked at Thurston County's website for information about 2-party wells and Group B wells?
I have.
I'm going to call up appellant exhibit 29. Mr. McCullough, on page 2 of this exhibit, will you read what it says under the paragraph for Group B public water systems?
Yes. Group B public water systems are classified as a community system with 3 to 14 connections and less than 25 people per day, or serves 25 or more people per day during fewer than 60 days per year.
Do you see anything in that first sentence that distinguishes between residential or non-residential connections?
Nothing at all.
And will you read the next paragraph, starting with 2 single-family residential water supply?
2 single-family residential water supply is 1 well serving 2 residences. 3 or more connections are regulated by Article 3 of the Thurston County Sanitary Code as a Group B public water system.
In that second sentence, starting with 3 or more, do you see any distinguishing between residential or non-residential connections?
I do not.
Will you read the first paragraph on page 3 of this exhibit?
1 well serving 2 residences is considered a 2 single-family residential water supply. 3 or more connections are regulated by Article 3 of the Thurston County Sanitary Code as a Group B public water system.
Anything in that second sentence that distinguishes it between residential or non-residential connections?
No.
And last thing, we read this paragraph that begins with the word note on page 4 of this exhibit.
Us. Note, expansion of a 2 single-family residential water supply to provide additional connections will require the supply to meet all the requirements of Article 3 that apply to public water systems. This includes the design of the proposed system expansion by a qualified professional engineer and subsequent approval by the Health Department. For additional information, see Group B Public Water System Design Supplemental Application.
We're now going to turn to our last subject, and that's the work completed on the Anderson property during November 21st and November 22nd of 2024. You and I have already discussed the June 2024 stop work order that was imposed, correct?
That is correct.
Call back up Exhibit 5, appellant Exhibit 5. Okay. Do you recall seeing activity or development on the Anderson property on November 21st, 2024?
I did.
And what did you observe that day?
Excavation, groundwork.
And did you take photos?
Yes,
And did you share those photos with your attorney?
I have.
I'm calling up appellant Exhibit 28.2. Sorry, give me 1 second. Let me mute this. Can you still hear me, Mr. McCullough?
I can.
Excellent. All right. Mr. McCullough, describe for us what we're seeing in this video.
This is first for the date, November 21st, 2024. And you're seeing 2 excavators. Again, we'll use the same reference as we have throughout of the yellow-sided building with the brown rooftop. So this is south of the public restroom / stable. And we're seeing soil and materials brought in and out and significant excavation for what appears to be the purpose of the installation of a septic system.
And upon seeing this development on November 21st, did you contact your attorneys?
I did.
And did your attorneys follow up with you?
Rapidly.
I'm calling up appellant exhibit 24. And did your attorneys provide the email communications that they had with the county in regards to that development on November 21st?
Yes, they were shared with me.
And does this appear to be a copy of those emails?
It does.
You see this email from November 21st, 2024 at 1:37 p.m. from Ms. Newman?
Yes, I do.
And can you read this paragraph that I have highlighted?
Yes. As you know, there is an appeal pending on this permit approval before the hearing officer. According to Article 1, Section 8.1.1 of the Sanitary Code, the appeal shall operate as a stay of the required action or decision. Based on that provision, the permit has been stayed by the appeal.
And can you provide me the name of who responded to that email as well as the time and date of their response?
Yes, this is from Jane Futterman, jane.futterman@co.thurston.wa.us on Thursday, November 21st, 2024 at 2:59 p.m.
And what does Ms. Futterman state in her email?
I'll read it verbatim.
Please.
I am writing to confirm that the pending appeal does stay any action on the county's decision approving the septic permit. As Ms. Newman correctly states, under Thurston County Sanitary Code, Article 1, Section 8.1.1, the appeal operates as a stay of the decision. I understand that Laura Blakely will be in communication with the hearing officer, Sharon Rice, to determine next steps on the appeal. Jane.
And can you provide the name of the respondent to that email as well as the date of the response, and then go ahead and read the body of that email?
From Claudia M. Newman Henry, newman@bnd-law.com, sent on Thursday, November 21st, 2024 at 3:06 p.m. Thank you, Jane. I'm assuming that Thurston Health will tell Mr. Anderson to cease and desist from further work, but please confirm whether or not I'm assuming correctly.
And then the last thing, please read the response from Ms. Futterman along with the date it was sent and then the body of that email.
From Jane Futterman, sent Thursday, November 21st, 2024 at 3:08 p.m. Yes, the department is contacting the applicant.
I'm now going to call up Exhibit 12, Appellant Exhibit 12. And Mr. McCall, is it your understanding that the county issued a renewed stop work order?
That is correct, but based on what we just discussed, I'm uncertain why an additional one was needed, but that is my understanding.
And what's the date shown in the bottom left-hand corner of this?
11/22/24.
And can you read the final handwritten sentence starting with all work associated?
All work associated with the on-site sewage system shall cease immediately, with the exception of covering exposed on-site sewage system components for mere protection, possibly, or their protection. That word is not super clear to me at the end.
Did you also observe development activities occurring on the Anderson property on November 22nd, 2024?
I did,
And did you take videos of that development?
yes, and photos.
I'm calling up Exhibit 28.3, Appellant Exhibit 28.3. And describe for us what we're seeing.
Continued excavation away from the structures per the permit and diagram that we've seen, moving soil and excavating to what purpose, and not clear, but to be very clear, away from the diagram structures. We can continue to use the public restrooms or stable as a reference.
So let's be really, really clear about that. Direct us to where your understanding of the septic, the biofilters that we've been observing, where are those installed in relation to this video?
Yeah, let's start with the Glendon biopods, the 4 that we observed in the previous photograph. You'll need to move your cursor further to the left, approximately, come a little bit to the right of that. Approximately in that zone, if you circle to the right of where your cursor currently is, in this general vicinity. And then for the 2 other cement tanks that are part of this infrastructure, you can go to the empty portion of the public restroom or shed where you see it has no siding. So move your cursor to the right, please, where the yellow siding ends. So left, please, left, left. Approximately there is where the other 2 units to the septic system are located.
So just to be clear, so it's clear on the record, we're observing a excavator that's doing earth moving, but the earth moving that's occurring is not in the same location as the Glendon biofilters that we previously identified.
That is correct. It is away from them by some distance.
So the previous stop work order said that Mr. Anderson had permission to cover his biofilters, and that was all he had permission to do, correct?
That is correct.
And would that be possible from this position shown on these excavators?
No, it's at a distance greater than the equipment itself.
How long did you observe work occurring on the Anderson property on November 22nd, 2024?
Several hours.
And do you recall what portion of that work was not in the vicinity of the septic?
I would say the majority, so greater than 50%, was not observed to be in the vicinity of the septic.
Examiner Rice, I'd like to take 2 or 3 minutes to review my notes and just take a quick break and consult with Ms. Newman. But then I think we may be done with Mr. McCullough's testimony.
Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. It's 11:57. We'll come back at, let's say 11:03. Can we pause the recording, please? Back in
Thank you.
5. Thank you very much. Do we have Ms. Futterman? Thank you. And Mr. Hanneman, are you with us? We're going to go ahead and resume with testimony. There you go.
Yeah, I'm
Thank you
here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hanneman. All right, Mr. Ray.
Thank you, Examiner Rice. Mr. McCullough, I have one final question. I want to make sure it's crystal clear. What is your understanding of the date on which the Glendon biofilter pods were installed on the Anderson property?
That project began on the 21st. And so if we're being extremely precise from an install, we can refer back to the photograph when we see the tanks placed in the ground to establish that.
Thank you. And Examiner Rice, I have no further questions at this time. I might ask for the opportunity for rebuttal if new information comes up. Thank you.
We will definitely have a rebuttal. All right, we just had a quick break. Are we ready to proceed with cross-examination of this witness?
Yes.
Great, let's do that. Could you introduce yourself for the record, please?
Jane Futterman, Deputy Prosecuting Attorney representing the department.
Excellent. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. McCullough. I really just have one maybe one additional question, if you can answer this, which is you testified in detail about where the lines and where things are located on the property. Have you gone and walked the property and done measurements to really determine where everything is and all these buildings and lines are in relation to each other?
Certainly not walked it. It's private property and I have not been on it.
Okay, so your understanding of where everything's located in proximity to each other and where the septic system is and the lines and various things is all based on diagrams, drawings, and maps you've seen. Is that correct?
As well as photographs and observations from the property line and my property.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions.
Great. Let me check with Mr. Hanneman. Do you have any questions for Mr. McCullough?
Jack, this is Jim Hunter. Jack stepped out to the restroom. He'll
All
be
right.
back shortly.
All right, we'll pause just a second. He probably anticipated that the county's cross would last longer.
You wanted to cross.
Mr. Hanneman, do you have questions?
Yeah.
for McCullough?
I don't have any questions at this time, so.
Okay, thank you. So let's go back, Mr. Ray, any redirect or other questions, or are we done with your witness?
I'll ask a couple rebuttal questions. Mr. McCullough, if you don't mind unmuting yourself.
Yes.
Are there any major obstructions from your view, from your property to the Anderson property?
No major obstructions. As you can see in the photographs, there's several trees that obstruct small portions of the view, but no major obstructions.
Thank you. No further questions.
Right, Mr. McCullough, I believe we're done with your testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Examiner Rice.
And Mr. Ray, Ms. Newman, I believe you said Mr. McCullough was your only witness?
That is correct.
All right, with that, then we're ready to proceed with county's case.
Okay, actually, we've actually been going for a couple hours. I would ask that we take a slightly longer break before we call our next witness.
And that's fine. How long are you proposing?
15 minutes?
So should we take a 15-minute break now, or should we take a half an hour, try to eat some food and then come back?
Actually, my first witness is Ms. Peoples. I'm gonna ask her what she'd prefer, because she's gonna be on the hot seat next.
That's great.
No preference, so whatever works best for the group.
Shall we take lunch then?
Sure,
Let's
that
do.
sounds good.
Okay, so it's 11:08 and is half an hour good with everybody? We'll come back at 11:40, basically, essentially, to get started with Ms. Peoples' testimony, and then we'll hear the rest of the county case.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
very much. And again, Ms. Riddell, if you could, thank you. We are ready for the county's case.
Good afternoon, Dawn Peoples here.
We have
Um,
one question, point of order, Mr. Ray.
Yes, Examiner Rice, I don't know if anyone else is having the same issue, but I cannot see you.
Oh.
All I see is the background of the county house, I'm guessing.
I apologize. Thank you. Yes, the county building is very enthralling, but you do want to know that I'm actually in the meeting. Thank you for that, and sorry to interrupt. We are ready for your testimony. Please, Ms. Peoples, let's have you introduce yourself.
Dawn Peoples, Environmental Health Program Manager with Thurston County Public Health and Social Services Environmental Health Division.
Thank you, and I believe we swore you in at the top.
We did.
Please go ahead.
So I just wanted to start by noting that Thurston County does not dispute the application submitted on April 16th, which listed a 4-bedroom septic system repair. It did not meet the definition of repair per Article 4. And again, certain factors were noted, therefore the permit was suspended. So there's no dispute there. And so I'm going to start by sharing my screen, Exhibit C8. And so
We can't see your
Yeah, not
exhibit.
yet.
not yet? Okay, one click away. There we
Here it
go.
comes.
And if it is easier for me to share the exhibits, I'd be happy to do that for you. Just let me know. But we can
Okay.
see it now.
Okay, thank you. So Exhibit C8 is a letter from Mr. Hunter dated September 5th, addressed to myself. In this letter, it does identify the existing 1957 septic system, the size of it, the details, but it also identifies that the existing system was clearly in failure. Due to the age of the system and the fact that the tanks were not watertight, it does further note surface water has infiltrated the tanks and drain filled over the years. And environmental health staff did also observe exposed septic system components when on site as well. So Article 4 defines a repair as restoration by reconstruction, addition to, or replacement of an existing OSS or component of the OSS due to failure or damage. So this letter clearly identifies the existing system met the definition of a repair. Now, the revised application, which is Exhibit C10, excuse my scrolling, does identify a 2-bedroom septic system repair, as well as a repair for the work type and the number of bedrooms as 2. The design sheet itself identifies number of bedrooms 2 and residential gallons per day flow of 240. Now, I believe it was noted, the design itself does identify 4 Glendon pods. And this does differ from 240 gallons. This could accommodate up to 480. However, the important point is that the permit application and approval limits the system being used to 240 gallons per day. There are no requirements in Article 4 that prevent a septic system drain field from being oversized from its permitted and approved use. Now, in order to obtain approval to utilize that system for something in addition to a 2-bedroom residence at 240 gallons per day, a new application for a change of use would be required to be submitted to Thurston County, and that would be routed to all Thurston County reviewing departments, including building and planning, in order to increase the number of bedrooms within the structure and change that use from its permitted and approved use of 240 gallons per day. It was noted previously on the design sheet here, the septic tank identified as new versus existing, and that is true. The existing tank or tanks we know were installed in 1957, do not meet current code requirements, and were identified as not watertight. So again, as part of the repair, that tank is being replaced with new tanks that do meet current code requirements and are watertight. It was mentioned the property is located within, I'm going to stop sharing my screen there, within the Henderson Marine Recovery Area, which is true. And as such, Article 4 requires a renewable operational certificate. That's in accordance with Section 16. And it's also required based on the fact that this is a Glendon system, which is a proprietary treatment product. The septic system is also designated as high risk as defined by Article 4. And as such, it requires routine inspections and maintenance and submission of inspection reports, as well as a dye test evaluation by our department as a condition of the operational certificate to ensure the system is functioning properly. And an OPC was generated for this project and the fees were paid. However, it hasn't been issued because that's typically done at the time of final installation. Regarding the water supply, there were some inconsistencies on the application form itself, as well as matching up on the design. It is considered a 2-party or 2 residential water supply. And that's because the Group B WAC, which is Chapter 246291, defines a residential service connection as a connection to a public water supply that provides potable water to a dwelling unit. Accessory structure connections are not considered residential service connections when determining the total number of connections. And that's why it's important to note that barns or shops or outbuildings stables, etc., are for personal use only, because essentially it's an extension of the existing residence on the property. So as there are 2 residential service connections connected to the existing well, it is considered a 2-party well. In the revised septic system application submitted on October 25th, Exhibit C10 clearly identifies the well as a 2-party well. And I understand with a variation of site plans for a variety of projects over time, those site plans identify, I think, features including water supply lines as best as they're able. I don't know if those were actually located as shown on previous site plans. But again, what our department is really looking at is how many residential service connections there are. How those are supplied through the water lines would be up to the property owner. And I did just want to note the critical area.
Ms. Examiner?
Question?
This is not a question answer. There's no direct. This is basically a speech or report. I have no opportunity for objections, or it's a very unusual way to submit evidence and testimony. I'm wondering if we can do it in the proper format of a direct instead of just a speech.
It's actually not uncommon
Okay.
in these appeal hearings for especially county staff witnesses to present a narrative testimony. If at any time you wish to object to any statements made, you may. And
Okay.
we can pause the testimony. Please give us the visual signal. Somebody will see it, even if I'm looking at my notes, and bring it to my attention, and we'll have the witness stop testifying.
Thank you.
Yes. Did you have an objection you'd like to make now?
I am not objecting if this is something the hearing officer is comfortable with.
Thank you.
And if you do this often, I will defer to you.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for the clarification. Ms. Peebles?
Yes, I did want to note a critical area review permit was noted by Mr. Ray. I did not identify it in the appellant's exhibits. It was noted to be submitted in January of 2025. I did just want to note that that was not routed to environmental health for review. And I also wanted to note that Exhibit 18, the appellant Exhibit 18, the Soundview Consultants Report and Mitigation Plan that was previously discussed, identified a septic system replacement. That replacement was referencing the septic system repair on the northern lot, tax parcel 300, which served the beach house. And that repair permit application was issued in July of 2020. So prior to the bulkhead project being approved or moving forward. And I just wanted to note that the failing 1957 septic system is being replaced within 25 feet of the existing drain field, and will remedy the public health risk by replacing the old drain field with a modern Glendon system, which does require routine monitoring. And the design does maximize setbacks to surface water exceeding Article 4, Section 9, Table 1.
So thank you, Ms. Peoples. I do have a couple follow-up questions for you. So you submitted the department's staff report, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, do you have any, based on the information and having seen the additional information that the appellants presented, is there anything in your staff report that you want to clarify or change? Do you still stand by the staff report?
I still stand by the staff report.
Okay, thank you. Can you talk a little bit about the process for how the application for this septic system was submitted and how it was received by environmental health? So clearly one of the issues that the appellants are raising is that no critical areas permit was issued by County Community Planning and Economic Development. But so in light of that concern that they've raised, can you kind of explain the process for receiving that permit in environmental health?
Yes, so septic system repairs are submitted through our Building Development Center. Once deemed complete, they are routed to all the departments that are applicable for that review. For repairs, they route them to environmental health and the floodplain manager only. So once the floodplain manager has completed review and approved their process, and environmental staff have approved their review, then the permit is issued within our department only, as we are the single department reviewing it. CPED is not included in the repair permit reviews. This has been standard practice of Thurston County for a minimum of 10 years or more. And that's why the permit was issued by our department.
I was looking for a specific exhibit. Thank you. In the exhibits, perhaps something here. Mr. McCullough testified about a letter that was issued to the applicant regarding the needed revisions to the application and the design. And in that letter, I believe that was authored by Travis Kephart, it stated that the repair was not to exceed the original permitted capacity. Now, how does that statement in the letter that was issued to Mr. Anderson, how does that fit in with what was actually submitted and approved by the department?
So it's actually an exhibit C8, the letter that I shared earlier from Mr. Hunter. Mr. Hunter did evaluate the existing 1957 system. He used the old septic system manual, which is standard practice, to evaluate the system based on the soil type and the size of the drain field. It was determined that the existing system could handle a rate of 300 gallons per day. That was reviewed by our staff in comparison with that manual and verified to be accurate. And the proposal was 240 gallons per day, which was under that 300 gallon limit. So therefore, it was deemed acceptable.
Okay. So based on the department's review of all the information submitted by the designer, Jim Hunter, were any concerns and deficiencies in the prior application that was suspended, were all those adequately addressed?
They were, yes.
Okay, so were there any outstanding deficiencies or problems in the design and application submitted to the department?
No, not that would change the outcome of approval of the proposal.
Okay, thank you. No further questions at this time.
All right, let's go to appellant cross-examination of Ms. Peebles.
I have no questions, by the way.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Henneman, for letting us know.
I think I should go after Mr. Hayman,
Please do.
correct? After Mr. Hayman?
Yeah, but I think he just said he had no questions.
Oh, no, oh, I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
thought you said you had questions. I misheard. Okay. Thank you very much. And good afternoon, Ms. Peebles. Just to confirm, this is a replacement of the existing system, correct?
Correct.
And I want to call up Exhibit A4. This will take me a second because I need to share it.
That's fine. While we're doing that, let me ask, have I been mispronouncing your name, Mr. Hanneman? Is it Hayman or is it Hanneman? I'm sorry.
Auf Deutsch, Hahnemann.
on a minute. Okay,
Oh,
sorry.
my bad then.
I just,
No,
I
that's-
just,
that's
My
fine.
apologies.
no, I have a
it-
little bit of a phobia about mispronouncing names, and so
Yeah.
that's on me, so.
Hanneman's an English name. Anns are in a different place, so Hanneman.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see, share screen. Do you
Not yet.
see?
Not yet. Okay, here it comes.
All right.
Great.
This is a letter, this is Appellant's Exhibit 4, and it's a letter dated June 12th, 2024 from you to the applicant. And I just wanted to focus in on the first page. It says, to release the permit from suspension, the following items must be satisfactorily addressed. The application description reads 4-bedroom septic system repair. The design identifies an existing 2-bedroom residence. And you say here, for repair, the permit application must demonstrate the repair does not exceed the original permitted capacity of the existing 1957 drain field. Why did they have to demonstrate that it did not exceed the original permitted capacity of the existing drain field?
You're asking why I've required them to demonstrate that?
Yes.
So for a repair is different than an expansion. The 1957 permit application did not identify. Oh, and just so you know, we are seeing your screen still.
Yes, we
Oh.
are. We're seeing it today.
Thank you. That's bad. Okay.
The 1957 permit application did not identify wastewater flows. It simply stated the use. So we did not have that information readily available to us when we're doing our review. And that's why through this process, the designer had to demonstrate, number one, what the existing system can handle as far as wastewater flows. And number two, that the repair would not be exceeding that amount, which would then cause it to be an expansion.
Okay, and what would happen if it was an expansion?
It would be considered a new system rather than a repair and would need to go through a review process from all county departments.
Are there any different sanitary code requirements or processes that a new system would go through as opposed to a repair?
There are. New construction is slightly different than repairs. Repairs are required to meet the extent of the code the site allows. However, I would like to point out in this proposal, it does happen to meet all new construction requirements as well.
Okay. And so Thurston Health processes an application for repair in a different manner than how it processes an application for an expansion. Is that
Correct.
right? And for an expansion, you would have sent the application to Thurston County Community Planning and Development, which I'll refer to as CPED.
Well, and I just want to note, we don't route the applications. It's actually the Building Development Center under Community Planning and Economic Development, CPED. So they would be the ones to route it to the other reviewing departments.
Okay.
And then,
yeah,
excuse
go
me,
ahead.
sorry. And then they would be the ones issuing the permit through the Building Development Center.
The septic permit.
Correct. Once they had received all comments from the reviewing departments.
I see. And so the building department within the CPED, that's like a department of CPED that would issue this permit?
It's referred to as the Building Development Center.
Okay.
And it's staffed with permit technicians that are under CPED's purview.
So that review would have included a critical area review of whether this proposal was consistent with the critical areas code?
Correct.
And it would have reviewed whether this project was consistent with the shoreline management master program? Okay. you said during your opening remarks that this was standard practice to not route a repair through other departments. Do you remember saying that?
I do, yes.
And is there a code provision or any law that you can point to support that statement, that practice?
I do not.
And just remind me if you said this already, but Thurston Hill did not review or apply the critical areas code requirements to this proposal.
Correct.
And CPED did not review or apply either the shoreline master program requirements or the critical load requirements to this proposal.
Correct.
Right. And the revised master, so we had an original master application and we had a revised master application. So I'm going to use those terms. Do you understand what I mean by that when I
Yes.
use those for shorthand? Okay. The revised master application, and just for the record, that is Exhibit A7. That's the amended master application that was filed later in the year. I don't have the exact date, 2024. That proposed 4 Glendon pods, which accommodate 480 GPD, correct?
Correct.
And each pod in a Glendon structure or facility can accommodate 120 GPD, is that right?
Correct.
So 2 pods would accommodate 240 GPD.
Correct.
And under state and local regulations, my understanding is that the minimum design flow for a septic system that serves a 2-bedroom home is 240 gallons per day, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So the minimum design flow under state and local regulations for a 4-bedroom single-family home is 480 GPD, right?
Correct.
All right. I want to look at this exhibit. I'm going to share this screen again. Now, what I have open is exhibit A7, Appellant's Exhibit 7, and this is the revised master application that was filed after the permit suspension. So this is the new site plan that was prepared by Mr. Hunter. And I just want to clarify this. I'm pointing to this on the left-hand side of this diagram. There is a insert that kind of enlarges what the design is for the septic tank. Is that how you see that?
Yes.
So the septic tank design is this picture right here that is numbered 2 and 3 in the enlarged box on the left-hand side. Is that right?
So it's my understanding what you're pointing to with 2 and 3, that is the proposed drain field.
Okay, maybe you probably could do a better job explaining to me. Let me put it more simply. Is this the design that you approved for the septic system for this permit that we're appealing?
I do not see our stamped approved design on that one specifically.
Oh, that's because I'm not showing you. I can open that one. That might be better anyway.
Before you go,
Yeah.
can I point something out? This is Exhibit A7 on page 6.
Mm-hmm.
I can understand why there may be confusion because this page shows the 4 bedrooms and 480. And if you look at the receive date, it's April 16th, 2024. This was scanned in error in combination with the revised application. This is not part of the revised application, nor was it approved.
Right, we definitely, I agree with that.
Okay, I just wanted to note that for the
No,
record.
that was not causing confusion for me. I thought that was a mistake that was included. So we are definitely focused on the approved permit did have this handwritten number 2 in it, so I think there's no dispute there, but thank you for that clarification. Let me get to the approved plan, and I'm not sure if anyone knows off the top of their head which one it is.
Assuming that's going to be Appellant Exhibit 10.
Thank you. Okay, so now we have the approved plan, dated November 21st, 2024. This is the plan that is currently approved, correct?
Correct.
And it's showing these little squares on the left-hand side of the page show up each of those squares are a pod for the Glendon facility,
Correct.
right? Okay, and so this is the identical design and identical size that you approved with the first permit before you suspended the permit, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this is designed for a minimum design flow of 480 gallons per day, right?
Correct.
All right. That capacity of that system to hold a certain amount of flow exceeds the capacity of the original system, correct?
Correct.
All right. And I am curious, generally, if someone submitted a master application and they had a design that showed that they could support a 100-bedroom motel, and they called on the application, on the product description, they said, we're just doing a 2-bedroom home, would you still approve that as a repair?
So what I can say is that the code does not prohibit oversizing the drain field. The key is what the department is actually permitting the use and approving the use. Anything above that permit approval would require a new permit application to be reviewed to change that. So regardless of the sizing, it's the permitted approved use.
Okay, that's how you approached this. That was your approach. Okay, I'm going to move on to a different topic. I'm going to ask you a little bit about the code itself, and I don't know if I need to call it up or if you're familiar enough with the code, but what I want to know generally is why certain things are required. This is the sanitary code that I'm referring to, and I'm looking at Article 4. And I'm just curious, let's say, for example, Section 8.1.3.4. And let me know if you want me to call it up, but just generally it has a list of everything that's required in a site plan. Does that ring true to you? No, you probably know that very well.
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things is required is site drainage characteristics. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes.
And then in 10.2.1.7, there's also, this is the section in the code that's for soil and site evaluation, correct?
Yes.
And that section, 10.2.1.77, 10.2.1. That might be wrong, but there's, oh, it's 0.8 and 0.9. 10.2.1.7.8 and 9 both require interceptors such as footing drains, curtain drains, and drainage ditches, and they require you show cuts, banks, and fills. And, you know, as I said before, Section 8 requires soil. Why does the sanitary code require this information in an application? What's the purpose of that?
So the purpose is to identify water flowing on the property that may impact the septic system.
Okay. And what are what's an example of how it could impact a septic system?
Well, I mean, anytime you have drainage ditches or other surface flow that may impact a drain field, when the drain field is acting to disperse the wastewater into the soil. You don't want, flowing water that competing and potentially interfering with that
I see.
process.
Okay. In your staff report, I actually think I'm going to call this up because it's hard for you to probably remember everything you said in that report. Oh. Michael, can you share the staff report? I think it's not, or actually I take that back. I have it. Okay. All right. Do you see the staff report there?
It's coming up now. It's right now we just have a blank Windows screen.
Oh, that's strange. Okay, let me try that again. Better?
Yes.
Okay. Now I am going to take us to the issue regarding let's see. No, I don't have the page number noted in my notes. It said in your staff report regarding 8.1.6. Actually, I think it's right here. No grading is associated with this project as the new drain field is above ground and all construction for structures is already present. Do you remember saying that?
It sounds
Okay.
familiar. Could you point to
It's right
where we
here
are?
where it's at the top of page 5. It says oh wait, I'm sorry. Where is it? 8.1.6. Here it is. No grading is associated with this project as the new drain field is above ground and all construction for structures is already present. So it's responding to our claim that the application materials did not include information required by that section. Do you see that? I'm going to ask you a question about it. I just want to make sure you see it.
I do see it, yes.
Okay. My question is, what structures, when you say all construction for structures is already present, what structures are you referring to? Or what did you mean by that?
So the structures, it was my understanding, the cabin or rambler, the new metal shop and the outbuildings, storage, and then the stable or public restrooms.
So there's no more, all the construction has happened already for those? There's no more construction?
No, the point being that the structures that were shown on the design were all present. There were no new proposed structures.
Oh, so you're assuming, or basically this is saying that there's no plan to build anything new on the project site or do any renovations, or no more construction will occur in the future.
Well, I can't speculate about the future, but that was noting that the design showed all structures that were present.
Why was that important to the question of whether 8.1.6 had been met? And if it helps, I can read 8.1.6.
Yeah, 8.1.6 directions of surface drainage after final grading.
Right.
And again, the design showed all existing development. So yes, this was stating that the design met that requirement.
Okay, because they showed the structures on the site, basically.
Correct.
All right. Those were you present this morning for Mr. McCullough's testimony?
Yes.
And did you see the photos that we showed of the drainage piping being installed on the site?
Yes.
Was that new to you? Were you aware of that drainage plan?
I was not. I am aware there have been several allegations of site work that the county's responded to, and it's unclear what type of utilities or work was actually taking place.
And you didn't investigate that?
Our department, along with community planning and economic development, specifically CPED staff, visited the site, and it's my understanding they closed the complaint, that they identified it was electrical work through LNI. I can't speak to other specifics. Stormwater is reviewed and followed up compliance-wise by the CPED department and regulated through Public Works.
That drainage, that work that we showed that was a drainage installation was not shown on the site plan that you reviewed, correct? For this project?
And just to be clear, I did not specifically do review of the site plan. Travis Keppert was our reviewer, and he is planning to speak later as well.
Okay, are you familiar with the site plan?
Yes.
Was that any of that drainage shown, the infrastructure shown on that site plan that was submitted for the revised permit application?
I did not see the pipe as shown in the photos on the site plan.
Okay, on page 2, you're summarizing, and this is exhibit C1 again, we're looking back at the staff report. And you said in your narration about the background, I'm pointing to the 3rd paragraph down. As a result, a release of suspension letter was issued on November 21st, 2024, and the permit was reissued. Upon issuance, the appellant's representatives contacted the county. In response, you issued a stop work order. There's no explanation in here as to why the appellant's representatives contacted the county. Are you aware why the appellants contacted you, the county?
Correct. The emails that were shared earlier this morning between you and Ms. Futterman clearly identified that communication.
Okay. And so were you involved in that at all? The background, behind the scenes, kind of what you all were doing in response to that?
So I did issue the lift of suspension letter. And then unfortunately, I did have to leave the office that day. And it's my understanding Season Long, our division director, issued that second stop work order.
Okay. The email, if you recall, said the department is contacting the applicant. Do you remember that, seeing that this morning?
Yes.
And that was on November 21st. Do you know, did you call the applicant or contact the applicant, or did anyone from Thurston Health call or contact the applicant on the 21st?
It's my understanding Season Long, our division director, did attempt contact. I don't know the specifics of what that contact looked like.
Do you know anything about it beyond just her attempts?
Unfortunately, I do not. I can't speak to that.
And does anyone know about that other than Susan? I mean, I'm assuming Susan Long is not testifying at this hearing. Is that correct, or is she planning to testify?
So just to clarify and respond to that,
Yeah.
At this point, we have no plan to call Ms. Long to testify at the hearing. I suppose potential as a rebuttal witness, but have no plan to call her as a witness. And I guess I'd add on to that. It's unclear how this line of questioning relates to whether the issuance of the permit was
I
met
understand.
code or not.
Right, and it's really, we're asking for restoration because the septic tank was installed when it should not have been. And so part of our request from the hearing examiner is restoration of the site. And I was just trying to demonstrate that the activity occurred after the county, informed stop, but I don't, if she doesn't know, it's not the end of the world. Ms. Peoples, do you know if, I'm sorry, who's the other, county witness? Travis
Keppert, yes.
Pepper, does he know any more information about that call? Or
I'm
that
gonna
contact?
Object here, ask, Ms. Peoples really can't testify as to what another individual knows.
I think she can. Because she might know if he was there at the office.
Just to clarify, you're going to call Mr. Kephart after Ms. Peoples testifies?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay,
He'll have a chance to answer that question.
okay, you're right. Yes, thank you. Did you post the stop work order on the November 22nd?
I did not.
There is another, in our exhibits, there's an application for a bulkhead project. Do you recall seeing that? I'll show you, I'll share the screen and show you that. Do you see this master application for bulkhead replacement and boat ramp repair?
So that appears to be the critical area review permit.
Right, this was submitted in January 23, 2025, so roughly 1 month ago.
Yes.
And in the product description for this, it says this is a different project. I mean, this was submitted with CPED, not with Thurston Health, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but the project narrative says removal and replacement of existing failed bulkhead, maintenance and repair, and installation of a new septic drain field for existing residents. Do you know whether that is referring to this septic system that was approved by that's the subject of this appeal?
It is not. It's referring to the septic system that was repaired on the northern parcel, tax parcel 300, serving the beach house. And that septic system permit was issued in July 2020 and has been installed and construction completion.
Why would Mr. Anderson be applying for a critical area permit for a septic drain field that's long been installed for many years?
So based on reviewing the information within our permit system, a JARPA application was submitted for that bulkhead replacement. In the materials, they also reference the septic system replacement. That application, which is project 2021-101-456, was submitted for both parcels. The septic system repair on tax parcel 300 was submitted in July of 2020. And it's my understanding the JARPA was appealed and was deemed
the JARPA for the
bulkhead replacement.
Okay.
And as a result, this critical area review permit was required, which is why it was just submitted January 23rd. So this project information is referencing the original project, which I believe started in 2020.
So what's your basis for believing that installation of new septic drain field for existing residents is referring to the existing drain field on the north parcel?
Because appellant's exhibit 18 is the report that was prepared for that original project application. And in that, it identifies the septic repair. And on the site plan itself, only shows the septic system on the northern parcel, not the southern.
So that's the basis for your assumption. Or do you have, has the applicant told you that that reference to the new septic system is indeed the northern system?
No,
Okay, so you're coming to that conclusion based on the fact that the sound view report, which is exhibit A18, doesn't show a septic system on the southern lot.
well, it's that it didn't identify the replacement on the southern lot.
Okay, so you're based on your understanding, Mr. Anderson's January application is applying for a critical area review permit for the septic system on the northern lot.
That was my understanding based on reviewing the materials. However, that critical area review permit has not been and will not be routed to environmental health for review.
Okay. So as far as you're concerned, Mr. Anderson has not applied for a critical area review permit for the septic system that's at issue in this appeal.
I do not know that.
Okay. So returning to, I'm almost done. I think we're getting very close to the end here. Returning to the suspension letter. In your letter, you said, the application and design both identify the water supply as a single family well. So the original application said it was single, the well was serving just one single family home, correct?
If that's what, yes, I'd have to pull up the original site plan, but that's
Okay,
how it reads,
okay.
yes.
And then you said records on file identify the well as two single family residential wells serving both the subject parcel and adjacent parcel. And then you said the application must accurately identify the existing water supply serving the project, and all existing wells and water lines are required to be shown on the design. What is the reason for that requirement, that they accurately identify this information and show all existing wells and water lines? Why do you require that?
So we can confirm what in fact is being served by a well.
And why does that matter for a septic permit?
Because we do verify, again, the number of connections and if easements are needed. And if water lines are impacting the proposed septic system.
And it's required that the existing water supply be compliant with the law before you can approve a septic permit?
Correct. Article 4 does reference it if there's any violations of Article 3, which is our sanitary code for water supplies.
Okay. And did you investigate whether this was a Group B well instead of a two-family well?
We reviewed all the information, and based on the 2 residential connections, regardless of accessory structures, it is in fact a 2 single-family residential water supply.
Okay, and when you refer to all the information, you're referring to the information that was provided to you by the applicant in the application and
Correct.
follow-up letters from Mr. Hunter
Correct.
and the site plan that was provided by Mr. Hunter?
Yes.
Did you review anything outside of that?
Well, through this process, we've reviewed all the records for the property.
Okay, so do you recall during Mr. McCullough's testimony seeing several different site plans that showed different water lines? Did you review those?
I saw it this morning, and I will say that's not unusual when there are project site plans. Sometimes there are variations on where things are shown. And again, I think it depends on what's actually located for that proposed project.
Okay, did you investigate the actual water connections outside of what you were told by the applicant for this project?
No, we reviewed what was shown on the design.
Can I take a quick break? I think that might be it, but I just want to,
Yes, how long would you like to take?
just 5 minutes?
Hey, it's 12:34. Let's come back at 12:40.
Thank you.
Can we pause the recording, please? Thanks. Thanks.
And I have no further questions.
Okay, great. And let me see, Mr. Hanneman indicated he didn't have any questions. Ms. Futterman, redirect for Ms. Peebles?
I do not have any questions for Ms. Peoples.
All right, then I think we're done with her testimony. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Peebles.
Thank you. We next call Travis Kephart.
Great. Good afternoon, sir. Could we have you introduce yourself for the record? If you would, please state and spell your name and give me your correct job title.
Yes, my name is Travis Kephart, TravisKephart. I'm with Thurston County Environmental Health, and I'm an environmental health specialist, and my main priority is to review septic designs.
Great. Mr. Kephart, may I swear you in, please? Do you swear or affirm your testimony in this matter will be true? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Futterman, will you be asking questions or will Mr. Kephart provide narrative testimony?
We'll have a little combination. I want to ask a couple questions to get you going. So, Mr. Kephart, can you explain what your role was with regard to this septic permit application?
Yeah, when design came in as a repair with Mr. Hunter's design, I go to the site, verify soils, which I agree with on the design, and go through the process to make sure it meets all Article 4 and WAC requirements. So after I go to the site, then I come back, review the drawing, which is exhibit C14 today. When it's my turn to go in a little bit more detail, we'll refer to that
Okay.
when it's my turn. So yeah, that's kind of the overall gist of when I do that and verify the soils and that it meets the treatment standards.
Okay. And did you in fact do all that with regard to the revised application?
Yes, I did.
For Anderson property. Okay.
Yes.
Great. So did you listen to Ms. Peoples' testimony?
I did.
And do you have some additional issues you wanted to address and respond to on to supplement her discussion of the review process?
Not a lot on the review. I do have a few things I'll address on the design.
Oh, excuse me. I meant design too.
Yeah.
Terminology. Go ahead.
On the design, I'm gonna look at exhibit C14 here, so everybody's looking at the same thing.
Do you want to pull? I'll pull that up, or
yeah, if you don't mind, that'd be great.
I will do that right now.
Thank you very much.
Let me hold on. Okay, do this. And share the screen. Just hold on 1 second. There we go. Okay, now I'm having trouble finding the right window. Okay.
Great.
All right, there you go.
Okay, can you, and if you need me to, was it the design, this page you wanted, or?
Yep, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, so I made a site visit out there on May 20th of 2024 to check the soils and just a site evaluation overall to make sure there wasn't any surface water or anything out of the ordinary that did not meet any kind of setback requirements. The soils are accurate on there. The design, it meets our highest treatment level, the Glendon design. The steep slope that was mentioned, from my observation, there is nothing there that meets the definition of a steep slope in our Article 4. And within that, with the setback requirements, if there was a steep slope that met the definition, there's nothing within our required minimum setbacks. The soils that are reviewed on where the design is proposed, those are the best soils on that lot. We dug additional holes that I inspected, which would be to the east on the property. And there's several concerns up there, not just within the soil. There's a drainage swale and a well. So, and also the slope on the back of, I think he called it a shop or garage there. So there's a lot more hazard potentials on the east side of the property. So we feel adequate that where it's designed at is adequate and meets all required setbacks, treatment levels, and meets all standards of a design.
So just to help clarify this a little bit, I'm just gonna blow this up.
Okay.
So hopefully everybody can see it a little bit better. So when you're talking about the soils, are you talking about the soil identification, and are these test holes? And if you need it bigger, I can make it even bigger.
Yeah, those are test holes. So if you look at 1 through 3,
Right
those, where's your cursor at? Yep.
Right.
Yes, those are
Okay.
where the proposed design is, and then test pits, they're labeled as A, B, C, and D. Those are the ones on the east side, which would be on the back of that shop
Okay.
towards the well and the drainage swale.
So I could even make this bigger. Here we have an A, B, C. Are these the
Yep, that's
A, B, C, and D? Are those?
Yep.
So those are, again, say what those are?
those were test pits as well.
Okay. And what was the concern with those?
You have the setback with the well, so your minimum required setbacks to a well and also the drainage swale. And if you look at the soil evaluations on there on the depth of unsaturated soil to a water table, they are less than where it is proposed out on soil pits 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. Anything else you wanted to say about the design?
No, the comment earlier, when I went there, I did not see any additional drainage ditches or anything of that nature when I was there in May. But those concerns are addressed when we do final inspections, and then we require them to put those on the as-built drawing after the final inspection. So those are things we look for, that downspouts and footing drains are directed away from the septic tanks and the drain fields.
Okay. And are you referring specifically to any drainage lines that have been put in terms of directing away?
I haven't seen any. I was just going by what they referred to earlier with some digging that was on the backside of that shop, it looked like. But if there's gutters that they put on something or on a home, we make sure that when their downspouts from their gutters are coming down, that those are directed away from the septic components.
Okay. You stated that from your observation in your site visit, you did not see anything that would meet the definition of steep slope. What is considered a steep slope?
That's correct. Let's see.
And what do you refer to for that?
Well, we refer more of the cut bank as our is what we're looking for in Article 4. Section 3 defines a cutter bank as any natural occurring or artificially formed slope greater than 100%, 45 degrees, and extending vertically at least 5 feet from the toe of the slope to the top of the slope. I did not see that when I was there.
Okay, thank you. So based on your review of the design as revised, and the information you have, it was your determination that this design met code, is that correct?
That is correct. It meets code.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further at this time.
All right.
No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hanneman. We'll go to appellants for cross-examination of Mr. Kephart.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Kephart.
Hello.
Claudia Newman for the appellants. Following up on the cut bank steep slope issue, I didn't understand your testimony, so I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Now, you would agree that cut banks are different from steep slopes, correct?
Yes.
And so steep slopes are a term of art for the county to discuss a critical area, correct?
I believe so.
And that's in the critical area code. They're designated steep slopes on properties. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe there's a mapping system to determine those.
Okay, and you understand that our issue that we've raised is about a cut bank on the property, not a steep slope, correct?
Correct.
All right. And when you referred to a definition in Article 4, can you clarify exactly what you were referring to? You said section 3, which is the definition section.
For the cut bank?
Yeah, is that what you were referring to as a cut
Yeah,
bank?
here, let me pull it up here in Article 4 real quick.
Mr. Kephart, I can help direct you. It's at page 4-7.
Okay. Yeah, here we go.
Ms. Newman, if you'd like, I have that. I could pull it up on the screen if you'd like me to.
Sure, I have it in front of me. But if,
Just
I
for,
mean, yeah, that'd be great.
see it. It's right here.
All right. So cut or bank means any naturally occurring or artificially formed slope greater than 100% 45 degrees and extending vertically at least 5 feet from the toe of the slope to the top of the slope as follows. So were you present earlier during Mr. McCullough's testimony this morning?
I was.
And you're aware of the cut bank area that he was referring to that roughly was parallel to his property line and ran east-west, correct? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do recall those images.
Are you suggesting that that cut bank doesn't meet this definition?
That it does not meet this definition? Correct.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, and have you seen that you've been on the property? Do you recall seeing that cut bank?
I do not recall seeing anything that would meet the definition of a cut bank.
No, do you recall seeing the actual cut bank that Mr. McCullough testified about this morning?
No.
Okay.
Let me just confirm. Ms. Newman, you're asking if he saw the photos and the video that were shown this morning.
No, I'm sorry. Oh, thank you for asking.
No.
I meant when you're on the project site, do you recall seeing that actual cut bank in physical?
No, I do not recall seeing that when I was on the site.
All right. Did you in your testimony, you said you conducted a site visit on May 20th, 2024, correct?
Correct.
And did you conduct any site visits other than that?
I did.
What were the other dates?
I don't recall the exact date. I've been there one other time.
Do you recall roughly the month?
Let me look here. Oh, I take that back. October 24th of 24.
And what was the purpose of that visit?
To meet Mr. Hunter, to verify the soils on the east side of the parcel. I believe there may have been some dug even previously, but they were covered up. So I met Mr. Hunter there to dig fresh holes to verify what was there for soil depth.
And the test pits that were done on the eastern side of the property, do you know when those were performed, roughly?
I know close to when I was there just based on what the soils looked like, but I don't know exactly the date they were dug.
Okay. Were you here for Ms. Peebles' testimony?
I was.
And within the scope of your knowledge, do you agree with her answers generally in her testimony that she gave?
I do.
And is there anything you disagreed with her on?
No.
All right. You mentioned that the information about that shows what the drainage on the site is, like the downspouts and other information,
Mhm.
that's not required until final inspection. Is that what you said?
Yeah, when we do the final inspection, we verify those that they're pointed and directed away from the septic tank and drain field.
Okay, but the code requires that that information be in the application before the permit is approved, right?
Yes.
And so, are you saying you don't require, as a matter of practice, Thurston Health doesn't require that information with the application, but only after it's been approved?
I know physically, now when we go out there, we're looking for it, but a lot of times they will note on there that the downspouts and the footing drains are to be routed away. And then we verify that when we go out in the field.
So would you, all right. Have you seen the new, did you see the pictures, the photos this morning that Mr. McCullough testified about showing the infrastructure, drainage infrastructure on the
did.
site?
Yeah.
And you're saying that that information was not required in the application,
No.
despite that the code explicitly requires information. I mean, what's the point of the code requirement to show the site drainage characteristics and all the details about infrastructure?
Well, the idea of that is so you're not directing additional water to the drain field and the septic tanks to that will affect the system.
Okay. I'm just checking to make sure. I think I may not have any more questions, but I want to make sure. I think that's all my questions.
Ms. Futterman, any redirect?
Yes, Mr. Kefhard, I just have a clarification here. So as far as you're aware, at the time the design was submitted, did it include any stormwater drainage or other drainage features in accordance with code?
No, not on speaking from gutters and downspouts, but it has the drainage characteristics of the lay of the land and the slope of the land.
So clarify a little bit, what is it the code requires the design application to include with regard to any?
I objection. The code speaks for itself.
I want to hear his answer too. I was going to ask this question myself if Ms. Futterman didn't ask in a redirect.
So can you point us to that, to the requirements?
Yeah, I'm looking at here in our Article 4.
Let me take your time.
It may be beneficial if you could share the screen for all of us to see the same language.
I mean, I can point you to it's 10.2.1.7.8, 10.2.1.7.9, page 4-37, if that helps.
And then Ms. Futterman, are you going to screen share for us?
Oh, Ms. Peoples has her hand up and
Okay.
perhaps.
Well, and I would point to section 8, which is specifically to septic systems under 3,500 gallons. 8134.
I was gonna say that. So just to clarify, 8.1.3 is the as it states in the code is the detailed dimensional site plan. Section 10 in the code is the soil and site evaluation. Let me go to section 8, and then I will share my screen. Just a minute. I don't want to make everybody give everybody motion sickness as I move my screen. 1 second here. Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. I will share. Okay. Okay. Mr. Kephart,
Yeah.
I pulled up Article 4, Section 8.1.3. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
Okay. And can you explain what that section covers? I mean, what's the purpose of this section?
The purpose of it is to make sure we have all details of site characteristics from the applicant, the address, all the details that we would need to approve or deny the design.
Okay.
So for 8 dot, where is it at here? Or just referring to 8.1.3.4 says site drainage characteristics, and it goes on but 8.1.3.5, the location of existing and proposed encumbrances affecting OSS placement, including legal easements and access documents and any of the component OSS is not on the lot where the sewage originates. And it just goes on down the list. This has the site drainage characteristics included on the
May I
design.
just note for the record, Mr. Kephart, your testimony got a little bit quieter. Can you move
Okay.
your mic?
Yeah, can you hear me?
That's
Yeah,
better.
that's better.
Okay,
Thank you.
yeah. Yeah, so this design has the site drainage characteristics on the design itself, which meets that criteria.
So by site drainage characteristics, does that include a drainage pipe?
No.
Okay, what does it mean? Give us examples. What does it mean to be site drainage characteristics in terms of what you require for review?
Well, for an example, the swale that's on there, that's part of drainage, where you can see any kind of temporary or seasonal streams, slope of the ground. There's a handful of things that you're looking for on where the drainage would go based on the slope of the lay of the land as well.
Okay. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. I can put it back on if need be. So based on what you were aware of at the time you reviewed the design, were you aware of any infrastructure that was present on the property that was missing from the design that you reviewed?
No. All of the structures that are on the design are what I saw when I was at the site.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
So I now have a question. I don't know, Ms. Newman, if you had cross-examination, but I want to clarify something if you don't have any other questions.
Well, I'm curious I do have questions, but you may have the same questions I have.
I'm
So
just
I don't know
curious.
who you want.
Why don't you go ahead? Because if you ask the
Okay.
questions, then it's better than if I do, but I just like to
All
get
right.
them answered.
Okay, the project the code requires a soil and site evaluation according to section 10 of the sanitary code, correct?
Correct.
With the application?
Correct.
And everything that's listed in section 10 was required in addition to what was listed in 8? Is required by the code?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions.
And I was wanting to clarify the same thing, just to ensure section 10 also applies in addition to section 8 requirements for this
Yes.
OSS.
Yes.
Thank you. And anything else, Ms. Futterman?
No.
And Ms. Newman, you're complete as well.
Yes, I am complete.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kephart.
Could we have just a brief 5-minute break? Just,
Let's do, it's 1:05, we'll come back at 1:10. Please pause the recording. Thank you very much. Ms. Futterman?
okay, thank you. I have no further witnesses on at this time, may have rebuttal witness later.
All right. Mr. Hanneman, could you introduce yourself for the record, sir?
Jack Hanneman, I'll call Jim Hunter. I'm gonna switch places with him so he's on the video.
That'd be great.
Identify yourself.
Jim Hunter, Jimhunter. I'm a licensed septic designer in the state of Washington.
Sir, I'm going to ask you please to raise your right hand to take the oath. Do you swear or affirm your testimony will be true? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hanneman?
Jim, can you give us some of your background? How long have you been in the business? And
So I've been a licensed septic system designer in Thurston County since 1978, full time. I've been currently in Thurston County. Our office designs, puts out about 80% of the designs in Thurston County. Over the years, I've done tens of thousands of designs in 5 different counties. And in our office, I believe we have far and away the most experience of any other design firm in the state of Washington.
have you previously been qualified as an expert, actually in front of the hearing examiner?
Yes, I have.
I want to jump right to, I'm going to move around a little bit since we've had a lot of testimony in various areas. Regarding the Glendon system yourself, that's proprietary. I think that was mentioned earlier. Are you certified to design and install Glendon systems?
We design Glendon systems. We do not install them, but we do design them.
Correct. Okay. And in your opinion, comparing the different septic systems that are available, where would you rank the Glendon system?
Really, it's right at the top rung. Glendon systems meet treatment level A, which is the highest level of treatment that's out there. They're also, in conjunction with that, one of the simpler systems in terms of their functionality and long-term use. They are very simple in nature, which is good for allowing them to operate for a long period of time without much difficulty. They are a very good system.
As far as in this case, determining the location, where to place this system, could you run from the beginning, run through how did you locate the system? And you're, by the way, I think it's Exhibit 10 that's been repeatedly shown. You've been here for the whole period, correct? And that's a septic system that was designed for this piece of property and for the installer, Steve Pershawn.
Yes. So how we determined where the system was going to go was on any site, and this site in particular, we look at several factors. The first thing we look at is where is the most suitable soil, and then the next thing that we look at is based on that area. When we find the most suitable soil, are there other characteristics, site characteristics that would require additional setbacks, whether it's surface water, whether it's steep slopes, whether it's cut banks, whether it's setback to buildings or shorelines, all of that sort of thing. We looked at the entire site originally, and it was very clear up front that the location that we chose and westward of that location had clearly the best soils by far. There was no comparison in terms of the quality of the soil depth, and the soil type. It was the best area to go to. When the issue came up as to, well, we need to show the health department that that there are no other suitable areas, then it became necessary to prove that the upland areas were not acceptable. When we dug on 2 separate occasions in the upland areas, and in all of the holes that were dug, we only found one hole that had barely 12 inches of acceptable soil.
Let me interrupt. What's required?
12 inches is the minimum required for normal Glendon installation. If we have no other area to go to and we're left with only a particular area that has less than 12 inches, we can use that, but that is not preferred. That is not desired by both the health department or Glendon themselves or designers such as us. So we dug holes around trying to determine if there was another area that was suitable.
Let me interrupt. When you dug those holes, or at least at some point in time, did the county send out an inspector to go and review those holes?
Yes, I'm
Wait,
I just want to jump in. We can hear Mr. Hunter very well. We cannot hear Mr. Hahnemann that well. And I'm just
All right.
letting you know that, sir.
I'll get closer.
Thank you.
Did you hear my question?
Please repeat it.
Yeah. When you were looking and testing these, I guess they're called test holes, was anybody from the county present with you to observe that?
the first set of holes, the first go around, Travis and I met on site and reviewed the holes that were dug for the original drain field area. Then when it became obvious that we were going to need to prove that that was the only acceptable area, I went back out on my own, dug additional test pits, found what I found, and then we made an appointment to meet the health department back out there to show them because they needed to observe that. So we met them back out there. We dug some additional holes with them there, and that's when it was determined that the only acceptable area farthest away from the water was the area that we had chosen.
And the person who came out the second time from the county was Travis again?
That is correct.
There's been, as part of your background, are you familiar with wells and designs and the definitions of a two person and a class B, et cetera?
Yes, I am.
And on your, I don't know, we'll probably be looking at, I think it's Exhibit 10, if somebody could pull that up for me.
You're looking for the approved plan, sir?
Yes.
Yep, that's Exhibit C10. Somebody from the county able to pull that up for us?
Jane, can you pull that up for me?
Looks like she's working on it.
Thought it was
Sorry
exhibit.
about that. C10 is the master application. Is that
Oh.
what you're looking for?
No, I'm his design.
The approved design.
Okay,
Isn't that at the back of C10?
Yeah.
or is that this one? Hold on.
The approved design is C14.
Thank
That's
you
what I
so
was just
much.
gonna say. I was,
Thank you so
yes.
much.
It's appellants 10, county 10, yeah, county
My
14.
mistake.
Okay,
Thank you.
no, that's fine. I just was looking for it. Okay, here it is. And let me know if you want me to blow up a certain area of this or a different page.
Thank you. Looking at, I guess this is county number 14, is that correct?
Yes,
C14. There's a circle there, and as I understand it, it's labeled as an existing two-party well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is the writing on this exhibit yours?
Yes, it is.
Okay. When it said two-party, what other party other than this this property description is being serviced by that well?
I believe it's the parcel to the north, the residence on the parcel to the north.
And is that owned by Mr. Anderson as well?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. And is the septic system, as far as the location, is that the requisite distance away from the well and or more?
Yes, it is. Far away.
Far and away? Okay. And you heard the, I think Mr. Gephardt talk about A, B, C, D, and which is in the blowing up. Were you present when they, when he observed those holes?
Yes, I was.
What was why did those holes not qualify for the location?
Because we didn't have adequate soil depth. Again, we didn't meet the minimum 12-inch standard that is normally required for any septic system to go onto a parcel of property.
There's been much discussion about what the system was designed for. And my question, at least initially, how many gallons was it sized for?
480 gallons per day is what it is sized to handle.
Now, does that mean that Mr. Anderson can build a 4-bedroom home because the septic is sized for a four-bedroom?
No, it does not. He is only approved for up to 300 gallons per day, as has already been stated. And anything beyond that would require a change of use application, and it would require review by all county agencies, including planning, would require a critical area review, all of that.
Now we have, is this attached to C14?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. In showing you observing what's indicated as the design, part of the design system, it says 240 for the gallons per day,
Oh,
Yes,
GPD.
tell
so
me if I have the right page pulled up. I can make it bigger.
It shows it's approved on the bottom left.
Okay. Right. Okay.
And you fill this out in the 240 that's on the right side. Is that your handwriting?
yes, it is.
Okay. And explain what that means as far as a GPD?
So that's 240 is the gallons per day that this site is allowed to be approved for based on the repair application. Anything more than that in terms of the gallon per day flow would require a change in use and would require review by all agencies. And it is common for us as designers to oversize drain fields. Now, it's encouraged by the health department. From a public health standpoint, it is certainly advantageous for the protection of the waterfront, for the protection of sensitive areas, to have an oversized drain field. There's nothing but good that can come from that, and we certainly have that here.
You've been present earlier and you had an opportunity to observe the discussion about cutbacks, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything in that information that was given earlier in the hearing regarding the cutbacks that you think would affect the drain field or the approval of the septic system?
You're talking about cut banks?
Banks.
Yes.
Yes. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. No, there is no cut bank out there that affects in any way the drain field area. The cut behind the garage or the shop is not technically a cut bank, even though it has been cut, because it's less than a 1-to-1. It's less than a 1-to-1 slope, not greater than a 1-to-1 slope. The side setback, the side yard setback, parallel to the adjacent property line. If there is a cut there, it is only for a very, very short distance, but I don't believe that even exists. I think that Mr. Kephardt's testimony was accurate in that way. And I don't believe there is a cut bank there that exceeds or meets the definition of a cut.
Does the fact that the Glendon system has 4 pods, does that indicate that it's a safer system for the marine environment and for the protection of the environment in the Henderson Inlet to keep it pristine?
Absolutely, without question, absolutely.
if there's a issue or problem with the Glendon system after it's approved and up and running, there's safety measures that built into that system?
There's ongoing maintenance required, there's ongoing testing that's required, there's reporting that's required. All of that leads to protection in case there happens to be a failure. In this particular case, again, because of the size of the drain field, it is very unlikely that a failure would occur over time. But there are mechanisms in place at the health department to account for that, especially being that it's a proprietary device.
All right, I'm going to go through the issues that the appellant has, and I'll skip around. One of the criticism and their issue number 2 was the exhibit of the septic system design wasn't to scale. Is that accurate?
That is not accurate. It is to scale.
All right. There wasn't a second.
One more,
criticism.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Again, your voices are both just a little bit quiet. I don't know what that's about. I wonder if my audio is bad. But if I could ask you to speak up.
Yeah.
I'll repeat that. Appellant's issue number 2 was critical of your design, saying it wasn't they didn't believe it was to scale. Is that accurate?
That is not accurate. It is to scale.
Secondly, there was on exhibit C14, there was a question about the existing septic system, whether it was actually had it been abandoned yet or was to be abandoned. I don't know if you can pull that up again, Jane.
Let's see. You wanted the same exhibit?
Yes, his design.
Okay. And the drawing, the prior page with the drawing?
Went to drawing, yes.
Okay.
It's got to go
there-
over that way and down. There we go.
Okay.
So you
Sure.
asked, go ahead.
Well, first of all, did you identify where the existing drain or septic tank was?
Yes, we did.
And can you point it out, ask her to move her cursor?
Up to where the existing drain field is, just above. Actually, go to the inset drawing down in the lower.
Drawing. Okay, let me blow it up a little bit so people ever can see it.
So the inset drawing, the middle, just south of the existing restrooms for personal use only, it says existing tank C note.
Right here.
Right there, yes.
And then where point us out, where do we go on the note?
On the note is all the way over below item number 9. Move down right there where it says note existing tank to be abandoned per Article 4. That is a normal note to put on a design when you're going to have a tank abandoned at the time of installation of a new system.
As far as your past experience in installing Glendon systems within the critical area, have you ever been required to comply with the critical area requirements?
On a repair, no. In fact, whether it's a Glendon system or any other kind of a system, when it's a repair, the goal is always to do the best that you can for the site and for the environment. We did that here. We've had many hundreds of sites that we have gone inside of critical areas without any review. That is a normal process in Thurston County. We've even gone behind bulkheads in critical areas.
Objection to this testimony. Referring vaguely to hundreds of other projects without any documentation or details, that's just too vague and doesn't have any help, doesn't help us at all. We should have specific references to specific projects.
Let me have Mr. Hanneman respond.
Yeah, it's part of the background of Mr. Hunter for him to discuss whether or not he's familiar with the processes with the county, and he's just giving his experience.
Okay, and I'm going to note Ms. Newman's objection, and I will assign weight and credibility appropriately with note that she objects to the fact we don't have these project numbers.
Thank you. Go ahead and answer, Mr. Hunter.
So again, many hundreds of sites, without question, it is a common course of business to place repair systems inside of critical areas when we don't have other options that are viable.
Objection, same, but we don't need to just reserving it.
Noted.
I'm gonna have you hypothetical, assume one of the 4 pods fails for some reason. In your expert opinion, on more likely than not basis, how likely is any of the effluent will ever reach the Henderson Inlet?
There's two ways to answer that question. Number one, because of the monitoring programs that are required in the reporting, if there is a failure, it's found out in a hurry. And so there isn't an ongoing problem that can develop in that way. Secondly, there aren't any channels or streams or drainages directly downslope from the drain field area that would short circuit effluent and take it directly into the sound.
Was there anything about the, you've sat here and listened to the issue with the cut and the cuts and the drainage around there was a new structure, which is the pole barn, I think it's referred to, barn, I think in this, anything about the diversion of the water that seems to be a concern of the appellant that you, in your opinion, would affect the drainage system or the septic system anyway?
As long as that drainage is routed away from septic system components, which has already been testified to, then there is no concern. When we developed this plan, I believe that it was prior to any additional work that had happened out there, at least according to the appellant's time frame. This design was submitted before that work was done. Having said that, the work having been done doesn't preclude the design from being approved so long as it doesn't conflict with the design in any way.
Thank you. I don't have any other further questions.
Great. Let's go to appellants first. We have cross-examination from Mr. Hunter.
Thank you. If the county has questions, should I go after?
We can, yes,
appellant?
that'll be fine. Ms. Futterman, do you have questions from Mr. Hunter?
Yes. Mr. Hunter. So in the appellant's presentation, one of the issues that was discussed was they presented this as an expansion rather than the repair. To my knowledge, under the sanitary code, expansion is an increase in strength or flow of the sewage. Does this, in your experience as a designer, does this proposal qualify as an expansion?
It absolutely does not qualify as an expansion.
And so can you explain that?
Yes, the approval is for only 240 gallons per day. That precludes an expansion beyond that for either type or sewage strength. It's just not allowed. If they want to exceed that, then they have to go through the expansion process and the new construction process.
Okay. So is it your testimony that this design that was approved is consistent with the extent of the capacity of the old system?
So repeat that, you broke up on me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this design that was approved consistent with the capacity of the old system to be qualified as a repair?
Yes, it is, because it is less than the 300 gallons per day. So absolutely it is.
Okay. And I understood your testimony to say that, to your knowledge, you did not find any of the cuts on this property in the area of the septic system to qualify as a cut bank under the definition in the code. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, so you did in fact see, or you were aware there were some cuts, but they didn't meet the definition of cut bank.
that is correct. The cuts that I observed did not meet that definition.
Okay. And then we heard testimony this morning regarding some stormwater infrastructure that was installed. Were you aware of that at the time you proposed this design and application?
So the pictures that I saw were that were presented by the appellant. The date that he gave for those pictures, at least the ones on the north side of the shop, were he alleged that those were prior, or were that work was done after we had actually made this submittal.
So now the fact that those drains, as Mr. McCulloch testified to, the fact that those are there, do those raise a concern with regard to location of the septic system and their
No,
proximity?
they do not. It appeared to me that the drainage, even as it was installed, was away from the septic system components.
Okay, so in terms of,
When were those pictures taken of the drainage?
in terms of the, finalizing this permit and finalizing the construction and follow-up, are there ways that the drainage will be addressed? Just in, with regard to drawings or any other matters that need to be addressed?
So the way that would normally be addressed on a normal site that was not in this situation would be during construction, you would meet with the people doing the work on site ahead of time, make sure that they were following a process that was acceptable to both the designer and the health department. And then often that drainage would be shown, if necessary, on the record drawing, which is the final document that that is submitted for final approval of the installation. But that's all at the very end of the process.
Okay, so has that occurred yet with regard to this system?
No, it hasn't, because everything had to stop. We have not done our final inspection on the installation of the system because it hasn't been finished.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, now, you heard testimony this morning in the appellant's case about the critical areas ordinance and the review. And one of the county code sections that they presented, which is Thurston County Code 24.25.260 of the critical areas ordinance, speaks to replace or failing septic systems and repairs. The code talks about locating, if you need to put in a replacement for a failed septic system, it should be located on a portion of the site that has been disturbed by development. Is there an area disturbed by development where this septic system could go as an alternative to the place you located it?
Well, I would argue that the area where it is was disturbed by development. It was a cleared area already. And so it already is in an area that had been previously disturbed over many, many years. Having said that, the only other area would be up gradient above the shop. That would be the only other possible area. And there was no acceptable area in that, up in that area.
And not acceptable in what way?
Inadequate soil depth, or we could not meet setbacks to things that required setbacks like drainages, slopes, and wells.
Was this site for the the system located as far away from the water as possible with adequate soils?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appellant's ready for cross-examination. Ms. Newman, are you speaking with us? If you are, you're muted.
Sorry about that. I am ready.
Okay, great. Please go ahead.
Mr. Ray, could you bring up exhibit C14 for me, just so I can navigate that?
Yes, one moment. And I'm sorry, did you say C14 or C13?
C14. The final approved site plan.
I just note for the record that the copy of C14 that Ms. Futterman showed early had the exhibit number C13 on it. And I believe that is an artifact of the fact that the department submitted a revised staff report with renumbered exhibits. And so I think that's just the old exhibit number.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You are
Yeah.
correct. I'm so sorry. I had not realized that.
I was thinking of verbally noticing that, and I thought maybe I'll just footnote it, but now we've talked about it.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Hunter.
Hello.
Your conclusions about the location of the septic that you just gave in your testimony about how it's not possible to move it farther away and there are no other choices, is based on these test pits in the site plan A, B, C, and D, correct?
Yes.
And test pit A, I see here is within this, what is the circle that
That's
is
the
on?
that's the 100-foot well radius. So we can actually reduce that well radius.
Let me ask, I have a
Okay.
question for you.
Yeah.
So that you've done 2 of your test pits within the well radius. Those are locations where, as a matter of course, generally, septic tanks aren't even allowed in the first place, correct?
No, that's not true. We can place septic systems within 75 feet of that well, so long as we meet whatever mitigation might be required.
And how far is A from the well?
I don't know exactly. I would say 80 feet away.
Okay. And the drainage infrastructure you were testifying about, those photos that we showed were installed or the photos are from October 2024, correct?
Yeah, whatever the date was, but in hearing the testimony on it and looking at the date of my last submittal, the date that was given was after the date of the submittal.
You submitted your application, when did you submit are you suggesting?
October 25th.
And the photos you're saying were after that?
Well, that was the testimony that I heard because I checked at that point in time. And unless I misheard it, I thought that they said that that work was done on the 27th of October.
Okay. And what did you submit on November 14th, 2024? That was a revision letter.
Oh, I'm not certain if.
Oh, I'm sorry. The county sent you a letter on November 14th, 2024, asking for more information. Does that sound?
Do you have that? Can you pull it up?
Yeah, I can pull it up. Actually, can you share that, Michael? It's exhibit C11.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I can tell you what that was. There was a discrepancy on the design between the cover sheet and the design itself, where we had listed it as an 1,125 gallon tank. So I believe on the date that was approved, I went down and changed at the health department that gallonage in the septic tank to make it to make sure they matched.
Okay.
Also, I changed the design flow. I adjusted the design flow to a 2-bedroom septic. And then I added the direction of flow on the property directly below the Glennon. So there was no design resubmission made on our part to cover that letter. It was just over the counter done on the copies they already had.
And the drainage infrastructure was installed before the county approved the permit, correct? Based on those photos?
Based on the photos that we saw, if those are adequate, if those dates are adequate, probably. I don't
Do you
have
have
any
any
knowledge.
do you have any reason to question those dates?
Do I have any reason to what?
To question those dates? Do you have any reason to question whether drainage infrastructure was put on the site in October 2024?
I don't have any knowledge on it one way or the other, for sure,
Okay.
other than what testimony I heard today.
And when we were talking about the cut bank that runs to the east-west along parallel to the property line between Mr. Anderson and Mr. McCullough, do you recall that testimony?
Yes,
And you said if there is a cut there, it's only for a short distance. And you said you don't believe that if there is a cut bank, it meets the definition of a cut. So as you sit here today, you've not observed and measured that cut bank?
I can't recall now having done that one way or the other. There's been a lot gone on this property.
So you're giving us conclusions about whether it meets the definition and you don't even recall observing the measuring or observing it?
I don't recall for sure.
You mentioned there was another acceptable location for the septic system on the site earlier in your testimony. Where would that be?
Closer to the water, to the west of the existing area. There is quite a bit of acceptable ground down there, but of course
Okay.
it's closer to the water.
And Mr. Ray, can you put up the exhibit C14 again? When did you do the test pits A, B, C, and D? What date roughly did you conduct those?
I don't recall. It would have been dug between the time that I received the original letter from them and the time that Travis and I met out there. I do not recall the date.
So when you say the original letter, you're referring to the suspension letter?
Yes, that is correct.
So you did that after you received the suspension letter?
I did that after I received the suspension letter,
Okay.
yes.
Did you conduct any test pits on the property that are not shown on this site plan?
Yes, some of those holes were hand dug holes. Some of them were dug and covered up and then redug in probably slightly different locations. So
How many test pits did you do other than the ones shown on here?
another 2 or 3 probably, but they again, they were very near the locations shown here, but they were different holes.
Okay, but you didn't show the results of those test pits on this site plan, even though
I would say the results are what are listed here, because they were so close to the old ones.
Well, what were you dug test pits and you did not report the results of those test pits on the site plan, correct?
No. So just so you understand, the test holes that I dug with Travis, of those holes, I believe those of the original 4 holes that I showed there, only 2, 1 or 2 were left open for Travis to look at. We had a piece of equipment out on the site and opened up additional holes that were very close to the original locations. So the soil logs that you see down below A, B, C, and D represent those test pits.
Okay, and did you conduct any test pits other than what you've just described beyond that?
No.
And did you do any test pits on the east side of the property prior to receiving the suspension letter?
We looked at that area. we decided not to use that area because of the very limited availability with the well, the modified slope and the drainage swale.
Did you conduct any test
No.
pits?
No,
Don't wait for the questions.
yeah.
You spoke about the drainage and you said something along the lines of, it sounded like you said there was testimony that the new drainage infrastructure that we had photos of that was being installed in October of 2024 would be routed away from the septic system. What basis do you have for saying that it actually is being directed away from the septic system? Do you have any basis for that?
Just based on the pictures that I saw, that's what it appears to be.
The pictures that you saw this morning?
Yes,
So your testimony is that based on the photos this morning, that shows that the drainage is not being directed towards the septic system.
I believe that is correct.
And you think that if Mr. Anderson decides to build a 4-bedroom house on his property, he will have to go through a expansion process? Is that what you said?
You will have to go through a change in use process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you said expansion, and I wanted to make sure now as you sit here, it's a change of use process, right? Not an expansion process.
The change in use process is application is required for an expansion.
And the location of the septic system, never, strike that. When you go through an expansion process for a septic system, my understanding is that that application is indeed reviewed by the planning department, correct?
Yes.
For consistency with the critical areas ordinance?
Yes,
All right, so that every time you do that, that's required?
anytime you go through any kind of expansion, currently that would be required. Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Hanneman, do you have redirect questions for Mr. Hunter?
No redirect.
I believe we are completed with his testimony. Anybody disagree? Any other questions? Mr. Hunter, thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Hanneman, other witnesses?
Applicant has no further witnesses.
All right.
Yeah.
I believe that means we are at the time period for rebuttal testimony. I would propose we go to, Ms. Newman, procedural.
I would need to confer with my associate and client.
Let's take a break. I just want to confirm the county was completely done. No other, you're not going to offer Mr. Sangston's testimony?
Possibly as rebuttal, but
Got
not
it.
at this point.
So can I clarify? I'm a little bit confused about county doing rebuttal when we haven't done rebuttal. I don't understand what rebuttal would be. We presented our.
What I would do is offer the appellant an opportunity to do their testimony if they'd like in response to the two cases they've just heard. Then the other two parties would have the ability to do rebuttal to that, and then the appellant would have the last bite at the apple.
Okay.
And would you like a break? How long?
How about 15 minutes?
15's good. All right, we're at 1:53. Let's just pretend we're at 1:55 and we'll come back at 2:10. All right, Mr. Ray, you indicated we're going to hear again from Mr. McCullough.
Thank you. Appellants call Mr. Matthew McCullough as a rebuttal witness.
Yes, Mr. Ray.
Thank you, Mr. McCullough. Were you present for the testimony where the case in chief of the county and the applicant
Yes.
generally understand their testimony?
Yes.
Do you live at your property full time?
I do.
Do you walk the property on an everyday basis?
Nearly every day.
Do you have a complete unobstructed view of the cut bank that runs east to west along the northern side of your parcel?
Yes. There are no obstructions.
Did you hear the testimony from Jim Hunter stating in essence, and I'm characterizing, that if there were a cut bank in that location, it was relatively short in length?
That's correct. I heard it.
What is your personal knowledge about the accuracy of that statement?
Short is subjective. We've established through photographs and my own testimony that it is approximately 100 feet in length.
And when you mentioned just now mentioned your testimony earlier, we used the metal frame shop as an anchor point to discern the length of that cut bank. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so it's the basis of that structure and your personal observations. That's where you're determining the relative length of that cut bank.
That's correct. It's visual from overhead. We can use the basis as the new metal frame shop as its dimension, and then base and compare the two.
And did you hear this testimony from Mr. Kephart and Mr. Hunter stating in essence, and I'm characterizing, that that cut bank is not in fact taller than 5 feet?
Correct, I heard that.
Are you capable of discerning when something is taller than 5 feet?
I am. I referenced earlier how we can use the eave of the building and the photograph to establish height.
Let's set the eve of the building aside for a moment. Let's stick with your personal observations. Based on your personal observations and experience and existence in the world, is the cut bank taller than 5 feet?
Yes.
And earlier in your testimony, we used the eave of that metal frame shop. And I believe you testified that it was approximately 8 to 9 feet tall. Is that correct?
Yeah, between 9 and 13 feet approximately, but we should refer to the building's construction plans to be precise.
Okay. And not 8 or 9 feet is taller than 5 feet, correct?
Yes.
Is it your testimony today that cut bank is taller than 5 feet?
It is from the observation that I make from my side of the property.
Thank you, Mr. McCullough. No more questions.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. McCullough? Mr. Heineman?
Mr. McCauley, you've never actually got out and measured the height of the bank, is that correct?
Please restate the question.
Yes, you've never actually gone down and measured the height of the cut, is that correct?
That is correct. I've never trespassed on that property to measure the height of that bank.
And you've never measured the length of that cut, is that correct?
I have measured the length of that cut by pacing it off and then using the references that we just referred to in response to Mr. Ray's questions.
You never gone on Mr. Anderson's property, have you, and actually measured the length of that cut?
Never on Mr. Anderson's property.
Thank you. No further questions.
Great. Ms. Fetterman?
I guess I understood the testimony I heard this morning, or heard previously, to be a little different. And I don't know about the height, but what I understood was the testimony we'd heard from previous witnesses was that it was not a slope of greater than 100%. Do you have any reason to believe it is greater than 100%?
I do. I can see the steepness, and we used the diagrams before to show what that grade looks like that's within the 100%, and it does appear to be steeper than that.
And based, so be more specific. On what do you base that determination?
Based on the amount of distance that you see, it's rise over run. This is a simple slope, and the distance that appears is not equivalent to the height. So that would be in a simple, you need those to match for that to be that slope, and it appears to be steeper. The base is shorter than the height.
Okay, but you haven't measured it.
I have not measured it. I have not been on the property. It is an observation from my side of the property.
Is this something that you have expertise in terms of your profession or things you do in life in terms of measuring slopes?
I'm testifying merely as a homeowner and layperson in this case.
Okay, so do you have any background or expertise to dispute what the professionals testified to as to when they said it was not a 45-degree slope?
I'm going to go ahead and object. That question's already been asked and answered. He said he's testifying his capacity as a lay witness.
Okay, nothing further.
All right, we'll leave it then. Mr. Ray?
Thank you. May I ask one redirect question? Or two redirect questions? I apologize. Mr. McCullough, Mr. Heineman, You stated during your testimony to Mr. Heineman that you have paced out the length of the cut bank. Is that correct?
Correct.
How close is that cut bank to your property line, would you estimate?
Just several feet. Again, it's an estimation, but between 5 and 10 feet to the top of that bank from the property line.
So when you testify that you are pacing out the length of that cut bank, that means you're looking over and you can see precisely that cut bank is within 3 to 4 feet, a few feet of your steps, correct?
Within 5 to
Objection. I'm objecting to the leading nature of the question.
And no more questions.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Are there any other appellant witnesses on rebuttal?
No more.
All right, does the county have any rebuttal testimony to offer at this time?
We do not.
Mr. Hahnemann, do you have any rebuttal testimony to offer at this time?
I do not.
Then we are back to appellants. Is there any other testimony for appellants to offer in rebuttal? Are we done with testimony in this case?
We are.
All right. Aside from post-hearing housekeeping, is there any other outstanding business that I'm currently not remembering? I don't think any parties offered any additional exhibits beyond those pre-submitted. Ms. Peebles has her hand raised, please.
Apologies, I just had one last housekeeping item. Appellant Exhibit 11 is titled On-Site Sewage System Permit and Record Drawing. There is no record drawing at this time. So I just would.
I can speak to that.
Let me hear from Ms. Peebles completely, and then we'll have you respond. Go ahead, finish that thought.
So the record drawing is completed after final construction inspection has been finalized and essentially completes the permitting process and approval, and it hasn't taken place yet.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Newman.
A11 is identical repeat of A10. And I don't know why they have different titles.
Hold on. I didn't notice that.
And we could, I'm pretty sure, I mean, I could double check that, but we could just change that. We're happy to change the title of that exhibit if it's a misnomer.
Well, I had noted also that that 10 and 11 were duplicates, and so I would propose that 11 is just withdrawn or stricken, excluded.
I think they're pretty much
It is the same.
the exact same thing.
Yeah, 10 is labeled approved on-site septic permit.
They do look identical.
Hmm.
Ms.
So we
Newman.
can strike A11 from the.
Thank you. I would have been confused discovering that later. One other exhibit related housekeeping issue is we did have initial objections from Ms. Futterman to some of the appellant's exhibits. And then during testimony, she offered additional or more detailed objections, which I pretty much overruled and assured the parties I would assign appropriate weight and credibility. Ms. Futterman, did we satisfy your desire to object to those documents? Did you have anything else to say about those objections?
Well, to the extent the appellant's presentation limited their introduction for just illustrative purposes and not the content of that report particularly, and also not regarding violations,
Well,
that we're willing to accept that.
Okay, Ms. Newman?
I mean, I don't want to complicate things, but there may be factual statements in that report that we rely on for our narrative to describe the background information about the project site. Is that, I didn't, I guess I want to resolve whether this report can come in or not come in to use it beyond just the photos.
For illustrative, yes.
Yeah, because we're not I mean, it's a report that was prepared by the applicant's experts. And it's describing the project site.
Yes. So, and again, in the context of it's being discussed during testimony, Mr. Ray was careful to introduce his use or reliance on those exhibits as describing the fact that they were being relied on to identify features of the property and elements of the property, and not for and their relationship to the critical areas that were identified in the report, but not for compliance purposes. That was my understanding of their introduction. And based on, Mr. Ray, did I get that right?
Well,
Go
I
ahead,
mean,
Ms.
it does show the presence of critical areas on the site,
It
which,
does. It does. So I had already decided to let in the document, and I was going to apply weight and credibility as appropriate for that document. I was just checking in with Ms. Fetterman to see whether or not her objections have been fully heard. And she says yes. Are there any outstanding exhibit issues for the county?
None, thank you.
Okay. And for the appellants?
no, thank you.
No. All right. Thanks again, though, for identifying that C10 or A10 and A11 were duplicates. I would have been confused later because I didn't notice that beforehand. Any other housekeeping issues with regard to the record, or shall we move to post-hearing scheduling? None. Okay, seeing that, what do the parties think of my proposal? We have appellants, arguments, responses, and replies, or do the parties prefer to accelerate the process by having simultaneous argument?
Our preference would be to have appellants present so we are clear on their argument.
Which you're responding to.
We agree.
All right, let's schedule that then, please. Turning to the calendar, today is February
Go get my
24th.
phone.
Think you do, please. All right, Ms. Newman, is 1 week adequate for the closing written argument?
So that would be what,
Monday, March 3rd.
Monday the 3rd? That should work.
Mr.
Oh.
Wright?
So Ms. Newman and I are both at a conference starting Thursday through Sunday. If we could push that deadline back to Tuesday, the 4th, just to give us the additional day, that'd be ideal.
It's fine with me. Any objections for the parties?
I just anticipating that you will give us 1 week after that to respond. I am not available for the first 2 weeks of March.
Okay.
So yeah, anything that I'm basically, yeah, I'm out. And so anything would have to happen after that.
All right. I'm sorry.
Complicating that further, neither
Right.
Michael nor I are available the last week of March.
Yep, we are complicated, aren't we? I was really hoping to write this in March, and now it looks impossible for me to do so. Well, at least I can start. If we stick with the 4th for appellant's argument, Ms. Futterman, I was going to suggest, I think I was going to suggest the 21st, but the appellants are not available in the last week of March, if I heard that correctly. So somebody throw out some proposals for me because I can't come up with a schedule that works for everybody.
Would it be an option to potentially Ms.
Enlarge
Futterman-
the first date.
We do 2 week, 2 week, 2 week, or is that?
So, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Mr. Heineman, would that be acceptable?
Yes,
Let's
I'm an
do.
observer in this.
That sounds good.
Okay, so if we did that, we would say March 10th for appellant's argument. Does March 31 work for responses?
Wouldn't that be?
I'm sorry. Yes,
the
it would be the
24th?
24th. Yes, it would.
Right.
Okay.
That's
See, I
fine.
told you I needed help. Does
And
that
then
work?
we would do the 7th?
And the 7th. Yes. Mr. Hanneman, you don't intend to submit a written argument?
I do not. I'll
Okay.
rely on Ms. Fetterman.
Got it. Ms. Futterman, those days work for you?
Yes.
All right, then we have a schedule. Again, appellant's post-hearing closing argument due on March 10th, response on March 24th, and the final reply on April 7th. That makes the decision deadline April 22nd. And if things are favorable, I will have it out before that because I do want to do the bulk of the writing in March. So That's, may not take me the full 15 days to issue that after the close of the record. All right, I appreciate everybody's work on this. I appreciate very much that we expedited our hearing and we completed in half of a day instead of in 1.5 days. And I look forward to receiving your written arguments and issuing you a timely and excellent decision. We
Thank
are
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
guys.
Thank you
Thanks
very much.
everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody stay well. And we can stop the recording.